Hello, everyone. I'm Metis Balaska, and welcome to the stream. Sorry, I was in a bit of a rush. The stream started a little late. Thankfully, it was still during the prep period I like to do, so it's not that bad. But yeah, last time on Fate's Stay Night, we had Ryder. Ryder was killed by a. Was killed by Castor and her master. They will meet my wrath. And we met them where we found out Castor's master is Soichi. God, I forget what he teaches. But yeah, he's a teacher at our school. So and in an alternative events, we have a situation where the master is the one fighting on the front lines while the caster is support. So we need to figure out a plan of action there. So especially since he beat Saber's ass. So let us get to the game. After Castor and Kazuki disappear, without concern over her wounded chest, Tosaka grits her teeth in regret. I understand how Tosaka feels. At this point, Kazuki won't come out of the temple. If we are to defeat Castor, we're going to have to take the fight to them this time and make an attack on their territory. But Assassin is the gatekeeper of that temple, and Kazuki and Castor are not opponents that can be defeated easily. We'll be defeated again if we just attack recklessly. Yet we have no other choice but to go to the temple if we want to defeat Castor.
忠告しますが、あの寺はサーバントにとって鬼門です。アーチャーを動員したところで力押しでは勝機は薄い。私だってあの山がどれぐらい変化ぐらい分かってる。悔しいからってすぐに追いかけたりしないし、あなたのマスターを強攻策になんか巻き込まないわ。
Oh, I forgot to put in the message.
「ではキャスターを撃つのは諦めると。冗談。やられっぱなしは性に合わないし、何よりキャスターは放っておけない。そのあたりあなたのマスターも同意見だと思うけど。
He must pay for what he did to Ryder. Very painfully. She turns her gaze toward me. Saber follows Tosaka's lead and looks to me as if there's any question.
当たり前だ。いつまでもあの二人を放ってはおけない。キャスターは魔力集めをやめないだろうし、マスターであるクズキも止めないと言った。なら二人を倒すだけだ。 竜道寺にはアサシンもいるようだけど、キャスターのマスターであるクズキを倒せばことは済む。
そうね。クズキ先生がおとなしくレイジを消させてくれるとは思えないけど、とにかく取り押さえればなんとかなる。当面はこっちも作戦を立てるしかないわけだけど。
Then, I don't know why, but Tosaka suddenly...
それよりエミヤ君、さっきのは何？あなたの魔術って強化だけじゃなかったの？
She asks with a serious expression, as if watching an enemy. I'm at a loss. The magecraft from earlier, she's asking about reproducing Archer's swords. Oh, right, that did happen last time. Well, I'm also surprised that I can do that, but it's not something that ought to earn me that look.
黙ってないで答えなさいよ。前に言ったわよね。俺が使える魔術は強化だけだって。
いや、そうだけど、初めにできたのが投影で、そっちは効率が悪いから強化にしろって教えられたんだ。あれ、こんなの言わなかったか？
言ってない。頭にくるぐらい聞いてない。
Her glare intensifies. I really don't get why she's so angry with me.
じゃあ聞くけど、あなた、投影魔術は今回が初めてじゃないのね。
ああ、そうなるかな。強化の鍛錬に失敗した時、仕切り直すためによくやってた。でも、さっきみたいに役に立つものを投影できるわけじゃない。なんていうか、外見は似せられるけど、中身は空っぽだったんだ。
中身は空っぽ？何？外観だけしか複製しないってこと？
いや、ちゃんと中身も考えてはいるんだけど、うまくいかなかった。だから自分でも驚いてる。イメージしたものは本物には及ばないんだけど、さっきのは真に迫ってたからな。
じゃあエミヤ君、あなたは強化より先に投影を習得したってこと？
習得っていうより、それしかできなかったんだって。親父はそれじゃ何の役にも立たないから目先を変えて強化にしろって。
そうね。私でもきっとそうさせたわ。でもおかしな話よね。アーチャーの剣をあれだけ長時間複製できるくせに普通のものは投影できない。
Yeah, because remember, according to Tosaka in the Fate route, strengthening is so temporary that it normally vanishes seconds after being created. So it's normally just used. To reproduce missing components for rituals.
属性が限られているのかな。汎用性はないけど、ある事柄に関してのみ優れた魔術師ってのもいるし。
She starts thinking out loud. Tosaka doesn't try to look at me.
とりあえず今日は帰りましょう。セイバーも自己回復に魔力を使ったようだし、休ませてあげないと。
And she goes home by herself just like that. There's no one at home. The hallway is dead silent. My ears might still be screwed up, but as I hear my own footsteps, the numbness in my limbs won't go away, and I don't feel the ground under my feet. I'm surprised that I can walk in this condition. I head straight to my room without conversation.
Today's鍛錬はなしにしよう。セイバーも疲れてるだろ。あんなひどい傷を負ったんだしさ。
Saber follows me to my room.
いいえ、私の方は問題ありません。回復のために魔力を消費しましたが、
まだ十分に補えるレベルです。それよりシロ、あなたの方こそ体に異常はないのですか？
Now that you mention it, I got this annoying buzzing in my ears that won't go away.
いや、別に大丈夫だぞ。まだ手足が重いけど、筋肉痛みたいなものだし、明日になれば楽になってるさ。
わかりました。ですが、もし体が痛むようでしたら、声をかけてください。
ね。セイバーこそ、何かあったら起こしてくれ。夜分に腹が減ったんなら、夜食でも何でも作る。
I can't provide Saber with magical energy, so the only thing I can do is make her food to cheer her up.
シロ、くれぐれも無理はしないように。
She heads to the room next to mine.
そうだな。おとなしく寝るか。
I make my bed and lie down. My limbs still feel numb. It might be a side effect of the magecraft that I'm not used to, but I feel ready to pass out.
本当に。
I'm actually tired. The ringing in my ears bothers me, but it seems like I'll be able to sleep well for the first time in a while. I claw at my futon. It feels like molten steel is coming up my throat. Every muscle and bone in my body is screwed. A grinding sound echoes in my numb ears. The sound of creaking bones comes from within me. What's wrong with them? The bones in my limbs are splitting in complaint, and my ribs are squirming as if trying to burst through my chest muscles. Agony runs through my entire body. My body feels as if it's being crushed by a massive vice, as from without, but the pain comes from within. I'm being crushed. I'm being pulled apart. On top of my bed, I squirm like a bug and try to bear the anguish. My forehead is hot. My brain must not be able to bear this pain. It burns like a sauna. I no longer care if this is conversation for using magecraft beyond me, or if this is the abnormality that Saber warned me about. But for some reason, I don't want to call Saber for help. I don't want to worry her over something like this. I have to handle it myself. Good Lord. I desperately suppress every groan as I sweat profusely. The clock that I look over at absent-mindedly is not even at midnight. It would be easier if I just go to sleep, but I'm sure this pain will wake me up even if I do so. I'm going into a daze. My consciousness is fading away. The pain should go away once the sun comes up. But until then, the fact that I have to bear this pain and for 7 more hours is like a nightmare. Interlude 9-2. Such a place was not pleasant. Frustration and delusion, envy and jealousy. This place, permeated by Stygian emotions, is cursed. It should have been in his, yet it was never used for him.
陰気臭いんだよここ。
He clicks his tongue, but this is all his delusion. The stranger's child spent a few years as here and threatened the Mato lineage for the longest time. That's the only past he knows. His father never told him anything, but his grandfather let slip what happened here. His father did not choose him and thought of ending the Mato bloodline, but his grandfather wished for his lineage to continue. So he has no regard for his father, the one that brought him into being and taught him failure. While his grandfather brought him privilege and taught him superiority, while his grandfather brought him privilege and taught him singularity. I read that wrong. Shinji laughs, wondering what his mother had given him. First of all, women are not needed in the Mato household. He heard that his mother was as a carrier, but she must have become useless after she gave birth. Something of his mother probably remained in this room. But he has no intention of searching for such a thing. He does not even want to see the organism that gave birth to his inferior self. The basement is filled with decay. Strange insects cover the floor on the depths of the darkness. There should be no more nutrients to claim, but the insects still rest in this underground training area. Goodbye. No. From the beginning, this is not a place to raise humans, but a place to raise insects. Swarms with black wings that can be glimpsed in the black. Even the shadows on the walls must be dark, slimy insects. In the midst of that, there is a man that gives all the golden shine, incongruous in the slowest of places.
なんだアーチャー、ここにいたのかい？
The golden man, Archer, does not even look at the person who came down and just stares into the deep.
朗報だぜ。コードニネのやつ、僕らの行動には目をつむるってさ。見どころがあるやつだって思ってたけど、本当に使えるよなあいつ。要するにさ、僕たちが何をやったってお咎めなしってことだろそれ。
Should have just killed him when we had the chance. His voice is full of delight, and he makes his way to Archer. The Archer finally notices. The red eyes move.
いや、別に文句を言いに来たわけじゃない。君がどこで何をしていようと構わないさ。サーバントの自由意志ぐらい尊重するよ。僕は他の連中と違って猟犬が広いからね。
Shinji is overpowered by his red eyes, but he still approaches Archer. Even if Archer has an ominous presence, he is only a servant. Therefore, he maintains his arrogance. He shows deference, but it still makes known who stands superior.
そうか。琴峰は随分とお前を買っているようだな。
ああ、何でもじいさんには借りがあるんだって。得体の知れない三流マイス師が残るより、僕のように歴史のある血筋が勝利すべきとか言ってたな。そんなの当然じゃないか。何を今更って気はするけど、まあ人を見る目だけはあるよ。一応世話になったしさ。聖杯を手に入れたら礼の一つでもやろうかって思案中。
His joyful snicker echoes.
それじゃあ始めようかアーチャー。もう人目を気にする必要もないんだ。手っ取り早く殺しまくってさ、じゃんじゃん魂を食べて強くなってよ。そうしたら次はあいつらだ。目障りなセイバーを潰して エミヤにお礼参りをしないとね。
He pats Archer on the shoulder. Archer watches his hand as if he's been touched by something unpleasant. I mean, it's Shinji, so yeah.
何？ほら、行くって言ってるんだよ、アーチャー。どこの英雄だろうが、サーバントってのはマスターの命令には絶対服従なんだろ。
He must have imagined making Saber submit to him and having his friend crawl on the ground. He makes his orders with high spirits. But the golden man doesn't move.
シンジ、お前は聖杯というものを理解していない。
He calls his master by his name for the first time.
聖杯が欲しいのなら他のマスターなど放っておけ。連中は所詮生贄に過ぎん。真に聖杯を手にするというのなら先に抑えておくべきものがある。
先に抑えておくべきもの？
The boy, Shinji Mato, looks at his servant timidly. His feet shuffle back unconsciously, and the hand that was on Archer's shoulder is no longer there.
まずはそれを手に入れようか。俺は聖杯を手に入れるためにお前に力を貸している。我らにとって共通の目的は聖杯だけだからな。ま、お前の気持ちはわからんでもないが、復讐は気持ちがいい。快楽を求めるのは人の証だ。するべきことを済ませたのなら、お前の遊びにも付き合おう。
Yet amused with himself, Archer's lips curl in a smile. Sensing something brutal in it, Shinji finally feels some uneasiness about his servant's identity. The Eighth Serpent, the heroic spirit that should not exist. The king of heroes, the strongest of them all, a survivor of the previous Holy Grail War.
そういえば聞いてなかったね。
Shinji attempts to maintain his feeling of superiority.
なんだ。聞けば答えるぞ、マスター。
お前の望み、聖杯を手に入れたらさ、お前はどうしたいんだ、アーチャー。
It's a natural question. A half-immortal heroic spirit said to have owned all the treasures in the world. What could this man possibly desire now?
なんだ。そんなことも知らなかったのか。
Archer asks, surprised. He breaks into another smile from this new development.
我は豪勢なものを許す。装飾華美など最もめでるべきものだ。だが余分なものに与える意義などない。
余分なもの？
昔の話なのだがな。10人の奴隷を選び、その中でいなくとも良いものを殺そうとしたことがある。
は？みんな奴隷なんだろう。なら全員殺したんじゃないの？
いやいや、それがな、一人も殺せなかった。いかな人足とはいえ、無駄なものなどいなかったのだ。かつての世界には。
Archer shrugs his shoulder at the irony and steps forward into the deep. He lifts his legs over the floor veiled in shadow.
だが、この世界には余分が溢れている。10人どころか1000人という人間を選んだところで、殺せない人間など出てきまい。まったく恐ろしく人間に優しい世界になったものだ。
わけわかんないな。結局何が欲しいんだよ、アーチャー。 お前だって欲しいものがあるから聖杯を手に入れようって言うんだろ。なら
Archer doesn't answer. The golden man doesn't even turn to face the boy.
簡単な話だ。多いということはそれだけで気色が悪い。
He lowers his foot into the deep darkness. A crunching sound. The crushed insects dot the dark floor, and more still swarm their corpses. Ninth of February. Strike lovers. I slowly opened my eyes. The night that I thought would last forever ended before I realized it.
体の痛みなくなってる。
I must have not been able to bear it anymore, or it stopped hurting before I knew it. Either way, I don't feel any further pain, nor do I feel sleepy or sluggish. I was able to sleep for about 3 hours, and my mind is pretty clear.
よし。じゃあ朝飯作るとするか。
Wait, why can't I move? My bed is wet from sweating. I force myself up. And as soon as I try to stand, my left foot slips. I try touching my left foot. There's nothing wrong. There's no pain or bleeding, but there's no sensation at all. It's not just my left leg either. I don't feel anything in my left arm. I try to pin to the left side of my chest and feel nothing there as well. Has my body still not healed completely? The whole left side is numb, and I'm feeling a strange disconnect, like it's someone else's body. I have had similar experiences before.
同窓で寝違える時だ。腕を下敷きにしちまって起きたら血が通ってなかったんだっけ。
Yeah, of course. This is similar to the numbing that one gets when the blood circulation in their limbs temporarily gets cut off. Well, I can move it, so so it'll go back to normal eventually. Though my limbs react frustratingly slowly, like I'm moving them by pulling a lever. It hopefully won't affect my daily activity if I'm careful. I'm going to have hell of pins and needles later. I refrained from using a knife this morning to make a simple meal with some bread. My dominant hand, the right hand, is safe, so I can use as a frying pan. I cook bacon and eggs, prepare instant clam chowder for the three of us, and somehow manage to set up the table.
いただきます。
いただきます。
We both bite into the golden bread. Saber nods in approval at the toast and salad. Yeah, it's interesting seeing Saber holding a rice bowl and chopsticks, but Western food seems more appropriate. Saber is quiet. Though she isn't unfriendly, she does consider silence as a virtue. She's like this especially during meals. It's more comfortable for me when it's quiet during meals, so a breakfast like this is ideal. I finally realized then why it's so quiet this morning. That would be because
や、おはよう。ってあれ？何？今朝はフランス？
Fujini wasn't staying over.
そうだよ。今朝はフランスはカフェマルリー風にしてみました。してみましたんで、黙って食え。
I hand Fujini her mug.
その割にはそこはかとなくインスタントの匂いがするよ、シロ。
That's because it's bacon and eggs. Shut it.
気のせいだ。起きたばっかりだから鼻が利かないんだろ。
そっか、言われてみればそうかも。あ、セーバーちゃんもおはよう。昨日は帰れなくてごめんね。
Fujini gulps down hot clam chowder like a sports drink. She must have some kind of special coating along her esophagus.
おはようタイガー。昨夜は姿が見えませんでしたが、何かあったのですか？うん、ちょっとお仕事じゃないか。単にお見舞いに回ってるだけなんだけどね。それも昨日で終わったから、今日からはまたのんびりできるなり。
She puts margarine on her toast. Though it doesn't really matter, Fujini doesn't use butter for some reason. I tried asking why, but I feel like I get... I try asking why, but I feel like I get some sort of stupid response. I'll table that for another day.
なあ、藤根。入院したやつで重症なのは何人ぐらいいるんだ？
重症な子はいないよ。今は病院で様子を見てるだけで、週が明ければみんな元気に登校できるって。だから大丈夫よ、シロ。今回の事故は気にしないで気楽に行っていいんだから。
Shit! I was hoping for a day off! Fujini bites into her toast with gusto. I feel reassured just watching her. She really looks unconcerned.
それはよかった。
そうそう。世はすべてこともなし。私も今日の夕ご飯を楽しみにしてるのだ。
That peaceful smile. Yeah, at times like this, I'm reminded that Fujini is still Fujini.
それじゃあ行ってくる。今まで通り留守番よろしくな、セイバー。
はい、それはいいのですが、シロ、台所に食事の作り置きがないようでしたが、今日は昼食抜きなのですか？
ん？あ、いや、今日は土曜だから早く帰ってこれるんだ。少し遅くなるけど、昼飯時には戻ってくるから、昼ご飯は俺が作るよ。
そうですか。シロ、そういうことはきちんと言ってもらわねば困ります。どうも今朝のシロは気が緩んでいるようです。反応も鈍いですし、何か気がかりなことでもあるのですか？
No, nothing. I certainly wasn't in extreme pain last night. Fuck.
いや、別にないぞ。昨日の今日で体がまだ重いけど、こんなのすぐに戻る。
Sensation hasn't returned to the left side of my body yet, but there should be no problem as I can still move it. I don't need to make Saber worry over something like this.
確かに悪かった。食事はセイバーの唯一の趣味だもんな。謝罪の意味も込めて、昼飯は5銭にするから、それで帳消しにしてくれ。
I wave goodbye and go to the door.
何か今の言いようは納得いきません。私はただ食事を抜いては有事の際に力が出せないと。
いいから。 それじゃあ留守番よろしくな、セイバ
I leave Saber's complaints behind me.
ー。なんだ、思ったより疲れるな。
I touch my numb left foot. It was fine back home, but now that I'm walking on this, but now walking on this is starting to make me feel ill. Even if it doesn't affect my movements, it seems to affect me mentally. To walk dragging my body with no senses. Gonna have hell of pins and needles.
いや、これぐらい我慢しないと。この程度、二人に比べたらどうってことないんだから。
Even though she healed, Saber got her throat crushed and was smashed against a wall. Tosaka was coughing from receiving that blow from Kazuki. Compared to those two, it's nothing since I didn't actually get wounded.
さて、
I force my leg to move and start down the hill. I feel slightly nauseous. With uncertain steps, I make it down the usual path to school, weaving around like a ghost. And so, school's over before I knew it. It might be because my body still doesn't feel right, but my sense of time is all over the place. I just don't remember any of the materials from class, and I'm not too sure what I did either.
まずいかな、やっぱり。
The left side of my body doesn't change. It makes me depressed feeling so numb for this long.
なんか感じないくせに重くなってきた気がするし。
My nausea isn't going away, and of course, Kazuki wasn't at school.
セイバーもお腹減らしてるだろうし。
I grab my bag and stand from my seat. Amidst all this, I feel like I'm forgetting something, though I figure I'll remember once I get home. Once I finish walking up the hill with my numb left foot, I remember what I forgot.
そういえば、遠坂と話をするの忘れてた。
She's gonna be pissed. I was so preoccupied was I that it completely slipped my mind, my spacey, hazy mind. Well, I'm sure nothing important happened since she didn't immediately come find me. Considering my condition, and I can just contact her once I get better.
ただいま。
I call out in a loud voice so Saber can hear from her room and go straight to the kitchen. I put the ingredients that I bought in the refrigerator, wash my hands, and put on my apron. The plan is to make cod for dinner. So for lunch, it'll be some kind of meat or poultry. A meal of chicken teriyaki for the main course sounds good, so I get to work on that.
シロ、帰ったのですか？
Saber must have heard the noise as she comes in from the porch.
遅くなってすまない。すぐに飯にするから休んでいてくれ。セイバーもお腹減って。
Crap! I got distracted by Saber and dropped the plate in my hand.
シロ、食器が割れていますが。
うん。皿を割るなんて初めてだ。
I'm surprised myself. Surprised enough to say something stupid.
すまん。すぐに片付けるから、セイバーは気にせず座っていていいぞ。
I pick up the piece. I fumble and drop it too.
疲れているようですね、シロは。 いいです。片付けは私がしますから。シロは調理に専念してください。
I guess trying to pick it up with my left hand was a mistake. Well, it was a good lesson. My left hand still hasn't regained feeling. I'll need to be incredibly careful with a knife.
シロ、無理せずとも結構ですから、単純な料理をお願いします。気を入れてくれるのは嬉しいのですが、料理にあなたの血が混ざっているというのは困る。
That's my only concern. Please don't bleed on my food. Bleed anywhere else but the food. Well, I don't want that either. That is a failure for someone in charge of the kitchen.
了解。気合を入れるのは夕飯にして、昼は簡単なもので済ますよ。とりあえずメインはそのまま。予定していたかぼちゃと大根は自重するけどいいかな。
I put 200 grams of chicken on the cutting board and carefully ready my fork. I have to at least make the main dish without cutting any corners because of what I told Saber this morning.
はい。期待しています、シロ。
I just take the whole chicken, chuck it in the oven, put it onto 100 degrees. It's like she can sense my enthusiasm. That has me even more motivated. I'll poke some holes with the fork to prepare, and for some reason the chicken screams ouch. I am very worried for my sanity.
シロ、来客のようですが。
そうみたいだな。ちょっと出てくる。
Open the door, there's just Tosaka there looking pissed.
はい、今出ます。
I scurry to the door. It's rare for someone to visit at this hour. Fujini doesn't ring the doorbell, and she has a spare key. I don't have many visitors, and since there's no houses around, I don't have many neighbors.
誰だろう、一体。
Gee, I wonder who it is. Well, it can't be anyone with a grudge, since the alarm of my old man is bound to feel isn't going off. So it must be one of the young people from Fujini's place.
はい、どなたですか？
I say and open the door. Suddenly, my mind goes blank. I call that shit. We stare at each other in silence. And then I slowly close the door. Well, Tosaka looks angry. I'm still not sure what to make of this.
遠さが、なんで？
定時連絡。エミヤくんがすっぽかしたから。
定時連絡をすっぽかしたって。そりゃ確かに遠坂と会うのを忘れてたけど、そもそもそんな決まり事はあったっけ？
Tosaka glares at me silently. This is bad. I don't know why she's mad, but it must be bad.
すまん。忘れてたのは謝る。協力者として定時連絡は当然の義務だった。
そうよ。状況は何も変わってないんだから、お互いの確認は当然じゃない。
I sigh with relief. It's surprising enough to have Tosaka at my door, but having her show up like those guns blazing might be might as well be an out-of-body experience. I have to solve this real quick. My nerves can't take this kind of thing, especially right now.
話は分かった。連絡はすぐにするから、遠坂も帰ってくれていい。ここまで来てもらってわざわざすまなかった。
Why are you making such a face, Tosaka?
遠坂。要件は分かったから、ひとまず帰って 橋の下の公園で落ち合うんじゃないのか。
I have a bad feeling. And that must have been the last straw. Tosaka is good at reading my weakness and fears.
いいえ、いい機会だから今日はここで会議するわ。まさかわざわざここまで来た友人を追い返すなんてしないわよね、エミヤ君は。
Oh, look at that! I got someone else to be. Bye. Speaks the words of and smiles like a devil.
ここで会議するってうちに上がるっていうのか、お前。
何よ、あなただって私の家に上がったでしょ。それに今回が初めてってわけじゃないし、今さら隠すことなんてないんじゃない？
Right. It was Tosaka who treated me when I fainted the night I first met Saber. But I was confused. I was confused then, since I had just become a master, so it didn't register that Tosaka was at my house. Even if we're in a truce, Tosaka is Tosaka. She's a school idol and a girl of my age. It's an outrageous situation for her to come to my house. Wait, why is she in the hallway?
じゃあお邪魔します。話し合いなんだから今でいいわよね、エミヤ君。
待てってばバカ。いいのかお前。遠坂なのに俺ん家に上がったりしたら大変だぞ。
いいからいいから。ああ、それとお昼食べてないからよろしくね。
The intruder, Ren Tosaka, comes barging in.
待てってば。この考えなしもほどほどにしろ。
I object in a loud voice, but it has no effect on the enemy. The intruder casually goes to the living room, leaving me confused in the hallway. Then, still not completely sure what's going on, the three of us eat lunch and then talk about our future plans. The topic of discussion is about Castor, of course. We discussed for nearly 4 hours about how to defeat her at the temple, but the results are not looking good.
はあ、結局正面からの実力行使しかないってわけね。セイバーの話が本当なら、サーバントは正門からしか入れないって言うし。
そうですね。あの山には霊体に対する強力な結界が張られていますから、私では正門から突入するしか手はありません。クラス的に単独行動が可能であるアーチャーならば多少の無理は効くでしょうが。
で、無理して疲弊しきった体で境内に上がったらキャスターが待ち伏せているわけだろ。そんなのいい的じゃないか。
まあね、的を射るあいつが的にされてちゃしょうがないわ。アサシンだけならセイバーとアーチャーのコンビで倒せるだろうけど、境内に上がった後キャスターをどう追い詰めるかも問題か。エミヤ君の話じゃとんでもない魔力の貯蔵量だってよし、下手に追い詰めたら流動寺ごと道連れにされかねない。
確かにキャスターは潔い死を迎える性質ではないようでしたし、自らが滅びるなら私たちごと爆散しかねない。無論そうなれば竜道寺も消え去りますが。
セイバー、しれっと怖いこと言うよな。キャスターのやつ追い詰められたら自爆するっていうのか。
するでしょう、そりゃ。
しますね、おそらく。
The two of them are completely in sync. If I think back, Saber and Tosaka have always had the same opinions from the start and seem to approve of each other in battle. If they're both saying we shouldn't attack there, then attacking the temple must really be impossible.
なんだ、もうこんな時間なんだ。
The clock's sound echoes through the living room. By the time we realize it, it's already 6 p.m., and the sky is tinted red.
とりあえず話し合いはここまでだな。そろそろ夕飯の支度をしないと。
I stand up. We're having cod pot tonight, so it shouldn't take too long to cook. All I have to do is cook rice and make something that will go with the hot pot, but...
何よ、エミヤくん。人の顔ジロジロ見ちゃって。
So, like, why is she making herself at home when we're about to have dinner?
それにさっきからずっと離れているし、そこがエミヤくんの定位置かどうかは知らないけど、話し合いをするんだからもっと近くにいないと不便でしょ。なんだってそんなとこにいるのよ、あなたは。
Tosaka, sitting dignified at the table, watches me carefully. Well, you see, the libido, the libido strength is proportionate to distance. There's only one reason why I'm distancing myself from Tosaka.
赤いえ、俺の定位置はお前が陣取ってるところだよ。それを遠坂が横取りするからこうなったんだろ。
I object with all my might.
ははー、そっか。外じゃマスター同士ってことで気にならなかったけど、自分の家の中になったら素に戻るってことね。
悪いかバカ。男なんだからこんなの普通の反応だ。
It'd be more surprising if I weren't nervous as around a girl my age, and Tosaka at that. While we've been having these strategy meetings, I have to frequently remind myself of how this is happening because we're both masters. I feel panic, but even this has been nerve-wracking. I don't know how many cups of tea I've drunk with this while sitting here.
でもおかしくない？セイバーだって女の子だし、聞いた話じゃ藤村先生もさくらもここに来るんでしょ？なら私だって似たようなものじゃない。
That's different. Saber and Tosaka are different. Fujini and Tosaka are different. And Sakura and Tosaka are different. And I mean, the only reason I can be normal around Saber is because we're in this fight together.
いいからもう帰れ。うちはこれから夕飯なんだ。大阪も家であーちゃんが待ってるんだろ。
あら、結論が出てもないのに帰れるわけないでしょ？
I mean, fair enough.
夕飯をごちそうになった後、今後の方針を決めるんじゃないの？
Man, I seriously feel dizzy.
それはもう決定してる事項なのか、遠坂。
違うの？嫌なら別にいいけど。じゃあエミヤ君はキャスターに関してはしばらく放置ってことでいいんだ。
I swallowed the complaint and that was stuck in my throat.
シロ、リンの言い分は正しいのではないですか？別に彼女が滞在しても問題はないわけですし。
To top it off, Saber even takes Tosaka's side.
分かった。けど、飯が口に合わなくても知らないからな。それと藤村先生も来るだろうから、その時はお前が解き伏せてくれよ。
分かってる分かってる。エミヤ君の料理の腕はお昼で確認済みだし、藤村先生のことも知ってるわ。両方とも承知の上だから気にしないで。
後悔しても知らないからな。
I look away and face the kitchen. Then, I wash my hands and go to put on my apron. but find that it isn't where it always is. No. First of all, I don't remember taking it off after preparing lunch while worrying about Tosaka watching me. I look around. She laughs at my confusion and...
それと言い忘れてたけど、男の子としてエプロンをつけたまま動き回るのはどうかと思うわよ、エミヤくん。
There's no shame in it. Cooking is a life skill, not a gender role. Takes a parting shot with a smirk on her face. I cut the cod with gusto. The Napa cabbage is cut, and I've grated a ton of daikon radish.
次は出し取った鍋に具を入れて火をつけるだけだ。
The pot boils. It's an easy meal to make, mostly dependent on making the stock. That went well, so all that's left is to prepare the number of plates needed.
ただいま。寒い寒い。雪降ってきたよ。
Fujini comes home.
雪降ってきたんだ、外。
Welcome to the stream, Apso. How's your day?
小ぶりだけど結構積もりそうよ。はっ、今夜は鍋物だ。さすがシロ、冴えてるじゃない。気分もいいし、お酒とか飲んじゃおっかな。
Fujini goes inside the living room, saying dangerous-sounding things. I do not want to think about what she's like when she's drunk.
お邪魔しています、藤村先生。
あ、遠坂さんだ。どうしたの？シロんちで会うなんて珍しいね。
Fujini naturally accepts Tosaka's greeting. She hums as she goes past the living room and into the kitchen.
へえ、いいタラじゃない。雪見のタラは極上だって言うし、ますますお酒が似合いそう。
Right now, I'm imagining a bomb currently ticking out to when she realizes when it fully clicks to her that Rin's here. Fujini opens the refrigerator and, after retrieving her bomb-kuchen and taking a bite, here it comes.
ってなんで遠坂さんがシロんとこにいるのか。
I mean, I'm personally not really one myself. I like her, but she's not a favorite of mine. But to all the Fujimura fans out there, I get it. She's a fun character.
ちょっと遠坂さん、お邪魔してないやつじゃないでしょ。こんな時間に何やってるのあなた。
Fujini stuffs the bomb-kuchen down and marches into the living room.
何ってエミヤくんの家で夕飯をご馳走されているのですが、そういう藤村先生こそチャイムも押さずに上がり込んでくるなんて非常識ではないんですか？
In response, the Tosaka army calmly makes her counterattack.
うわ、私はこの家の監督役なんです。シロ、エミヤくんのお父さんから任されているんですから、ここでは家族も同然なの。
そうなんですか。じゃあ改めて挨拶をしますね。お邪魔しています、藤村先生。今日は一日ここで過ごしていました。夕食後もエミヤくんとは試験勉強しますけど、どうぞお構いなく。
うわー、シロじゃなくてエミヤくん、これはどういうことですか？遠坂さんと勉強会を開くなんていつの間にそんなことになってたのよ。
Just now, apparently.
先生、呼びにくいのでしたら無理をなさらずに。別に先生がエミヤくんをどう呼ぼうと私には関係ありませんから。 呼び捨てにしようがちゃんをつけようが個人のプライバシーは尊重しますし。
東坂さん、もしかしてさくらちゃんから聞いてる？
そう、残念ですが麻藤さんが何を話していたのかも個人のプライバシーですから、その質問には答えられませんけど、先生の想像通りだといいですね。
Fujini falters at Tosaka's smile. I understand how Fujini feels well. When she smiles like that, it makes you feel overwhelmed and cornered.
勝負あったな。ありゃ放っておいても大丈夫だ。
Actually, it wasn't even a match to begin with. It's only a matter of time until Tosaka talks Fujini down. I'll let Tosaka take care of it and focus on preparing dinner. It stopped snowing outside once we finished the pot. It only snowed for about 2 hours, so I bet there's only a bit of snow left in the yard.
シロー、食器流しに集めといてよ。
サンキュー。じゃ、さっさと済ませるか。
I get up and head to the kitchen.
洗い物なら私がやろっか。ご馳走されっぱなしじゃバランスが取れないし。
Tosaka and Fujini switch spots. The offer is nice, but I can't let a guest do the dishes.
貸しにしとく。食ったばかりなんだからおとなしくしてろよ。ところで藤姉は後で風呂を沸かすこと。
はいはーい、分かってまーす。
It must be because she is full now, as Fujini is compliant. Everything would be so much easier if it were like this all the time. Though I suppose it'd also be boring. I dropped another plate. It's been 20 minutes since I started doing dishes. This is the second plate I dropped. There's no excuse when even if my left hand is numb. I'm really dropping the proverbial ball if I'm being a klutz just from this. If I'm being honest with myself, I should stop until my arm no longer feels this way, but I quickly shake that thought off. I roll up my sleeve and continue washing dishes. If this were from something else, I could maybe excuse it, but I refuse over something coming from me. There's no way I'm going to lose to myself. I refuse to admit defeat. And as a result, the damage taken increases. This is the third plate now. Fortunately, it didn't break since I put a bath towel on the floor after I dropped the first one. So it shouldn't be a problem, but it's really awkward feeling Tosaka's eyes on me whenever I drop a plate.
藤村先生、レミヤ君っていつもああなんですか？
I hear Tosaka's voice from the living room.
バカ言わないで。シローはお皿を割ったことなんて今まで一度もなかったんだから。きっと東坂さんを意識して緊張してるのよ。もちろん外敵として。
Leave it to Fujini to hit a bullseye on the dig. Tosaka ignores that and stares at me. This is hard. Half of my body is already numb, so it distracts me when she watches me that earnestly. Oh, shoot. I click my tongue and look down at the broken plate. This is the fourth one now. I could see it coming, but my left hand didn't move fast enough. I slowly look behind me. She's watching me. Tosaka scrutinizes me from her place at the table. Then, she suddenly gets up and walks over to me.
エミヤくん、私がやるから休んでいて。
いや、それは。
割れた皿は踏まないでね。どこにしまえばいいのかは見当がつくから、あなたはお茶でも飲んでなさい。
Tosaka rolls up her sleeves and stands by the sink. I don't think I can do anything about this. It's a Herculean task to stop Tosaka when she makes up her mind, and to be honest, it's frustrating, but there's something strangely picturesque about Tosaka standing there doing something so mundane. Once I get out of the bath, Fujini is the only one in the living room. Tosaka's shoes are still at the entrance, and I assume Saber's in the dojo. It's almost 9 p.m. Now. I'm pretty sure this doesn't lead to a bad end. Yeah, it doesn't, but we do get points here. So obviously talking to Rin and gets us a Rin point. Talking to Saber gets us a Saber point. And the third option just gets us an extra scene. We're going to talk to Rin. The issue is Tosaka. It's late already, so it's dangerous if I don't get her home. If I don't get her home soon.
遠坂知らないか？
遠坂さんなら庭に出て行ったみたいよ。そういえば庭の端っこに何かあるんですかって聞いてきたけど。
庭の端っこ？
Does she mean the shed? But why would she have any business there? The winter air is quick to cool my warm body. Cloud cover keeps the stars shining, and there's a fine layer of snow on the ground.
この寒い中、外で何やってんだ、遠坂は。
I shiver and cut across the yard. While making my way to the shed, I consider getting a coat next time I go shopping.
エミヤくん。
エミヤくんじゃない。こんなところで何やってんだよ、遠坂。もう時間も時間だし、のんびりしてる暇はないんじゃないのか？
ああ、そうね。確かに寒いわよね、ここ。
She's suspicious. She's acting so suspicious that I'm starting to get curious about what she was doing.
遠坂、土蔵の扉開いてるな。
私じゃないわよ。初めから開いてたんだから、それ。
おかしいな。外から鍵かけてたはずなんだけど。
それこそ冤罪よ。そもそもそのオンボロ、内側にしか鍵ないじゃない。
そうそう。土蔵はいつも開けっぱなしで、中からじゃないと鍵はかけられない。で、なんでそんなことを知ってるんだ、遠坂。
Busted. She clicks her tongue in acknowledgement of her screw-up. I'm beginning to understand what that Tosaka's pretty bad at handling a surprise attack she hasn't considered before.
けどな、土蔵の中何もなかっただろ。一応そこが俺の修練場だけど、やることと言ったら強化の練習だけだし、遠坂から見れば子供騙しみたいなもんじゃないか。
I urge Tosaka to go back inside. However,
そう。やっぱり自覚はないのね、あなた。
Tosaka glares at me as if as if I'm a challenge to surmount.
遠坂。
I brace myself against the uncomfortable feeling in the air. Tosaka narrows her eyes at that.
そんなことだろうと思った。作り出している本人がそんなんじゃ失敗するのも当然よね。
ちょっと待て。それ、投影魔術の話なのか？
そうよ。土蔵に転がってた中身のない複製品の話。あれがどれくらい馬鹿げたことかエミヤ君にはわからないでしょうね。手順や略式もなし、強化の延長で投影をしようなんていうあなたは全てにおいてデタラメよ。
悪かったな。いいだろ。どうせあれは強化の練習なんだから、成功しようとなんて思ってないんだ。あくまで基礎の確認に過ぎない。
それがデタラメだって言ってるの。基礎の確認で投影をするですって。いい？私以外の魔術師にそんなこと言ってみなさい。あなたガラス蓋付きの標本箱にピンで飾られるわよ。
Tosaka's words sound like a joke, but she's completely serious.
まあ、遠坂。お前の言いたいことはよくわからないんだが、要するにもっと修行しろって言いたいのか？
そんなの当たり前じゃない。エミヤ君には修行あるのみよ。けどそうね、今すぐに戦力アップを図るなら少し手順を変えてあげるだけであっさり使い物になるかもしれない。
I don't know where her hostility went, but she starts to ponder seriously.
手順を変えるって強化のか？
もう何聞いてたのよ鈍感。強化じゃなくて投影の方に決まってるでしょ。半人前のする強化なんて当てにならないけど投影だけは別よ。一時的にせよアーチャーの剣を投影したんだから再現できれば即戦力じゃない。
遠坂。そりゃいちいちもっともなんだが、昨日のは偶然だ。もう一度やれって言われても多分できない。
それが半人前だっていうの。できた以上は偶然だろうが必然だろうがものにしなさい。だいたいあんたのは偶然なんかじゃない。私みたいに外界に働きかける魔術師は再現できない魔術なんて山ほどある。けどあんたは材料を全部内界から出してきてるんだから、あんたが生きてる限り再現できない魔術なんてないのよ。
内界から出している。
But isn't that obvious? Magical energy is created from the magical circuit within you, so it's all coming from within you.
はあ、独学でやってきたからしょうがないんだろうけどかなり重症よね。投影はともかく他のことは一から教えてあげないとダメか。
Tosaka sighs dramatically. I know I'm an amateur, but I get it's my goal that Tosaka says so.
余計なお世話だ。今まで一人でやってきたんだから、これからもなんとかなる。それより話し合いはどうするんだよ。もうこんな時間なんだ。いつまでも道草してらんないぞ。
時間って今何時なの？
It's 3 o'clock in the morning. You've been standing there for a while, Ren.
9時になったところ、女の子が夜出歩く時間じゃない。
なんだ、まだ全然早いじゃない。まあエミヤ君がそう言うなら手っ取り早く片付けましょうか。
Tosaka nods and heads back towards the
まだ
house.
早いってどうしてさ。
It's pretty dangerous for a girl to be out this late. 9 is like midnight. Yet for her to say it's so early, is Tosaka not aware that she's a girl?
いや、怖いことを考えるのはやめよう。
I shake my head and erase the ominous thought from my head.
ちょっと早く来なさいよ。
Tosaka calls back. In response, I run to the porch. We get away from Fujini in the living room and resume our meeting from earlier on the porch. We've been debating since noon, so I throw all my weight into it, expecting that we won't be able to reach a conclusion that easily, but...
竜道寺に挑むのは現段階では無理よ。こっちで罠を仕掛けてキャスターをおびき出すしかないでしょう。
Tosaka starts with the solution.
それはその通りなんだが。
But the question is, how do we do that?
問題は罠をどうするかだけど、まあ23心当たりがあるからエミヤ君は待機していて。最悪あなたとセイバーには餌になってもらうから。
She says something dangerous like that and opens the exterior sliding door. The cold air comes in. But this porch must be special as it's only slightly chilly. The same as that night 5 years ago. This porch is the only place it's warm enough to be able to watch the moon even during the winter.
いい結界ね。私の家とは違って人間の情を感じる。
She sits down in the porch and stares into the
ちょっ
yard.
と付き合わない？なんでもない話があるんだけど。
I silently sit down next to her. Tosaka said she has something to talk about, yet she doesn't say anything. There's nothing to do, so I stare blankly at the yard. I can't see the moon. My breath is white. It was cold enough to snow a little. When I look to Tosaka, she's peering over the yard, her breath white as well. Our shoulders will touch if I move a little. I'm oddly no longer flustered by the closeness. Maybe I've gotten used to it, or the magic of this winter night has been cast. The girl I admire so much is so close, yet I'm strangely calm.
話ってなんだよ、遠坂。
I feel like she wants to ask me something, so I ask her.
ちょっとね。このうちって特殊だから。人の振り見て我が振り直せじゃないけど、そのエミヤ君はそのままでもいいのかなってふと思った。
そのままでいいって半人前でいいってことかよ。
そうじゃないんだけど、そうなのかもね。エミヤ切り継ぐって人がどんな魔術師だったか知らないけど、この屋敷はすごく自然なのよ。魔術師の工房のくせに開けてる。四方の門は開け放たれていて、入るのも帰るのもご自由にって感じ。きっと守るべきものがないから何者にも縛られないのよ。あなたのお父さんが魔術師じゃなくて魔術使いになれって言ったのはそういうことなんだと思う。何にもない代わりにどこへだって行けるんだから。
なんだ、遠坂はそうじゃないのか。
ええ、私の家は違う。近所じゃ幽霊屋敷って言われてるけど、事実その通りなのよね。来るものは拒む。そのくせ入ってきたものは逃がさない。時々ね、なんか違うなって思うんだけど、これが変えられないのよ。呪われてるとかそういうんじゃなくて、私自身そういうあり方が気に入っちゃってるわけ。こういう性格をしてるから後継者に選ばれたんでしょうけど、気がついた時には割とショックだった。
それはつまり自分がいじめっ子だと気がついた時か。
Good Lord, Shiro!
思うんだけど、 エミヤ君って歯に絹着せないたちよね。
そうか、遠坂を見習って回りくどく言ったつもりなんだが。
まったく、そういうところが直球だって言ってるの。
She sighs and her head droops down. The white residue of her breath slowly melts in the cold night. I steal a glance at her side profile and remember. The red school. Tosaka didn't say anything, seeing the students that collapsed from Ryder's doing. She put a brave face on like always, while her knees shook and she bit her lip. That's when I realized, the more she acts like a perfect mage, the more it's like she's killing her true self.
遠坂がきつかったのか。
I get uneasy and ask,
魔術の修行が？おあいにくさま。苦しいなんて思ったことはなかったわ。大抵のことはすんなりこなせたし、できなくて挫折したことなんてなかったしね。それに、新しいことを覚えるのは楽しかった。さっきも言ったでしょ？私、生まれつきそういう性格なんだって。だから、エミヤ君の心配は杞憂ってやつよ。
she tells it like she sees it. There's no bluster or lies that I can make out. Instead, I just see a wonderful
そ
smile.
っか。なら学校はどうなんだ？魔術師としてやっていくんなら学校に行っても無意味なんじゃないか。
無意味とまではいかないけど寄り道でしょうね。けど無駄じゃないわよ。学生って楽しいもの。私ね、基本的に快楽主義者なの。父さんの後を継ぐのは義務だけど、それだって自分が楽しくなければやらないわ。マスターになったのだって自分の力を試したいからだし、エミヤ君と協力してるのだってあなたが面白いからだし。
Putting her opinion that I'm funny to the side, that takes weight off my shoulders. A family of mages. I thought that Tosaka was burdened with a dark and heavy shadow because she's bound to a long history and bloodline. But I guess I don't really have a clue about that sort of thing. The Tosaka family is not a burden or anything to her, and she has been doing that since, and she's been doing what she wants freely.
遠坂が楽しそうでよかった。
ありがとう。で、もちろんそういうエミヤ君も楽しかったんでしょ？そうでもなければ魔術の修行なんて続かないものね。
I suppose that would be the natural conclusion. However, I find myself unable to nod in agreement.
ちょっと、どうして黙るのよ。エミヤ君のお父さんは強制しなかったんでしょ？それでも続けたってことは魔術が楽しかったからじゃないの？
いや、
I have never once felt that it was fun. Magecraft has always been a dangerous trial to me. I know that I don't have the aptitude. Even so, in my desperation to be like Kuretsugu, I've clung on to it. For my first year, other than when I slept or ate, I spent all my time on training. Facing death every night, I honed my sensitivity. And I repeated that for 8 years. I didn't think it was tough, but I didn't think it was fun.
待った。ちゃんと答えて、エミヤ君。私、とんでもない勘違いをしてたかもしれないから。
Tasaka glares at me seriously. I'm stuck. If she makes a face like that, I can't not answer.
そうだな。魔術の修行を楽しいと思ったことはなかった。魔術の修行も魔術そのものも楽しいと思ったことはない。けど俺は周りが幸せならそれで嬉しかったんだ。だから魔術を習っておけばいつか誰かのためになれるかなって。 切り継ぐのような正義の味方になりたかった。そのために魔術を習ってきた。とまあ俺の理由なんてそんなもんだけど。
じゃあ何？あんた自分のために魔術を習ったんじゃないの？
いや、自分のためじゃないのかこれって。誰かのためになれれば俺だって嬉しいんだから。
あのね、それは嬉しいんであって楽しくはないの。いい？私が言ってるのはエミヤくん自身が楽しめることよ。周りはどうこうじゃなくて自分から楽しいって思えることはないのかって聞いてるの。
Tosaka is practically roaring. Even if she says that, I can't answer. I can't think of anything that's fun for me. Most of all, I don't have the right to have such a desire. The survivor's guilt kicking in.
頭きた。要するにあんた人のことばっかりで自分に焦点が合ってないのよ。
Tosaka suddenly stands and points at me.
父さん、指。
Her finger, no, her nail, is digging into the tip of my nose.
うるさい、口答えするな。ああ、もう似てるって思ってたけど、まさかここまで一緒とは思わなかった。
She rejects my objection and closes in on me even more.
落ち着け父さん。お前なんでそんなに怒ってるんだ。
それがわからないやつだから頭に来てるの。もうどうして誰も一言言ってやらないのよ。
Her fist shakes. All I can do is stay quiet. I can only do it as Tosaka says until her anger subsides. Then, after she vents all of her anger,
いいわ、決めた。明日あんたに参ったって言わせてやるから。
she says as if smacking me with a glove.
そうだな。まさかいつかの続きをする気か。
Then she like takes out a whip and chain. It goes without saying that I'm referring to our bout at school. I was cornered and about to surrender, but we weren't able to settle the score since Ryder interrupted.
そうよ。いいから首を洗って待ってなさい。とっておきにスペシャルなのを味合わせてやるんだから。
Tosaka psychs herself up before walking off towards the living room. I don't know what's going to happen. Am I supposed to be ready for anything? Anyway, I have to take Tosaka home. It's almost 10 p.m. I don't know what Fujini will say if I keep a girl out this late.
今なんて言ったのシロ？
だから遠坂を送っていくって言ったんだよ。だってのにあいつどこうろちょろしてるんだ。いい加減帰らないとまずいだろう。
Fujini is looking at me, stunned. That's strange. I thought Fujini would approve right away, but she doesn't particularly seem to be in a rush.
遠坂さんなら今頃別棟じゃないかな。
There it is! She's set herself up.
お客さんだし、泊まるならちゃんとした客間にしないとダメでしょ。
よし、別棟か。ってふざけるな藤根。今何かおかしなこと言わなかったか。
まあおかしなこと言ってるのはシロでしょ。今日はもう遅いから遠坂さんを止めるんでしょ。遠坂さん、さっきそう言いに来たけど。
止まるって遠坂が？
そうよ。あ、けどおかしなことしたらダメだからね。私も和室で寝てるし、客間から悲鳴なんて上がったら一発であの世行きなんだから。
I love that statement. Your ass is grass and I'm the lawnmower. Fujini munches on rice crackers. She acts normal, as if she thinks nothing of the emergency she's describing. It looks like Fujini has already surrendered to Tosaka.
ああ、ちょうどよかった。私、右の脚間を借りるから。
Then, I run into an alien while on my way to the outbuilding with the guest rooms. Her appearance makes my head spin. Tosaka is in her clothes, not her uniform. And she's in the hallway of my house saying something crazy.
ああ、これ泊まることにしたから、あーちゃんに言って宿泊道具一式を持ってこさせたの。そんなわけだから寝巻きはいらないわよ。ちょっと大丈夫？疲れてるなら早めに寝なさいよね。明日の朝、寝坊なんてしたら承知しないんだから。
She waves and disappears into the hallway that leads to the outbuilding. I'm dumbfoundedly see her off, then glance at the mirror in the hallway. My face is as red as an apple. Damn it. What is she thinking, sleeping in the same house, even if we are still technically pretty far apart? I pour cold water over myself and cool my burning face. I feel like I have to do so, or else Tosaka's image will be stuck in my head, and I won't be able to focus on my training. The lights go out. Right before midnight, I look up at the frozen moon, and I get lost in my training. I fill my spine with a new nerve. I make a magic circuit within my body, create magical energy like I'm breathing, and comprehend the structure of the Bokuto in my hand. I run magical energy through the sword and strengthen it. I analyze the structure, alter it, and reinforce it. The usual process is going too smoothly. I don't know if it's because I became a master, but strengthening got a lot easier. I used to only have a success rate in the single digits, but I'm also able to make a magic circuit in a flash. I'm also able to make a magic circuit in a flash. No, it's not because I'm a master. I'm just copying his swords. I'm just imitating the Red Knight that I saw at Ryoto Temple. Copying his twin swords, his sword technique, and even his breathing. I can't help but feel self-hatred. My skills improve just by copying him. Even though I know this isn't my power, I have to rely on it. It was because of his sword technique that I was able to fight those bone puppets at school. It was because of the projection of his twin swords that I was able to fend off Kuzuki's ferocious attacks. Even now, I'm certain that I can reproduce those swords again, and if I repeat the process and put in everything I have. I have to swap out resonating with projection. The words are still the same. There's no need to change the chant if what it does is to me stays the same. First of all, I only know when can use one spell to restructure myself. I set down the sword that I finished strengthening. The left half of my body is still numb. I had hoped it would be okay after a day, but it doesn't look like I'm that lucky. If this is the trade-off for magecraft beyond my level for imitating archer's blades, I may just destroy myself if I use projection one more time. I removed the nerve I gouged into my spine. My body is released from the toxin called the magic circuit, and tension escapes my body. Then,
シロ、眠れないのですか?
Saber quietly comes inside.
そういうわけじゃない。これは日課だから気にしないでくれ。
I must be relieved if I have finished it. I must be relieved to have finished today's daily routine. My voice that responds is surprisingly gentle.
今日は賑やかでしたね。
そうだな。タイプは違えど、藤姉が2人いたようなもんだし。
I answer her smile with a smile. Saber actually seems to ruefully mutter something under her breath as she sits down next to me.
しかし、今夜も魔術の鍛錬ですか。何があろうと予定は変えないのですね、シロは。
ああ、欠かさずにやれっていうのが親父の教えだったからな。けどまあ、教えてくれたのはそれだけだったけど。
それだけ？では、魔術師としての知識もあり方も享受されてはいないのですか？
ああ、そもそもさ、教えるべき本人が魔術師らしくなかったんだよ。
He refused to even wear the robes and wizard hat.
困った大人だったな。普段はぼーっとしていてどうも冴えなかった。楽しむときは思いっきり楽しむんだなんて言って子供みたいにはしゃいでたし、あれで僕は魔法使いなんだなんて言われても信じられないって普通。
I can tell that I'm smiling as I talk about him, about the past. The 5 years from after the fire, to his death. Thinking back now, that might have genuinely been the most fun time in my life.
なるほど。そういう詩が好きだったのですね、シロは。
遠坂に聞かれたら怒られそうだけど憧れてた。自由で全然魔術師っぽくなくても俺にとっては切り継ぐこそが本当の魔法使いだったんだ。
He still refused to wear the hat though. I had to blackmail him and even that didn't work.
まあそれにさ、自分以上に子供っぽいんでどうしても放っておけなかったってのもあるし。
ええ、シロの気持ちはわかる。私にもメーガスはいたが、そいつも子供のような人物だった。
そいつ？珍しいな。セイバーが人をそんな風に言うなんて。
いいえ、彼は例外です。あれはとんでもない老人だった。尊敬していたし、親愛も感じていましたが、同時にあらゆる厄介事のもとでした。彼のいたずら好きさえなければ、もう少しまともな時代になったでしょ
う。なんかすごいな、その言い方。まるで希代の悪人みたいじゃないか。
And of course, she's talking about Merlin.
悪人でした。加えてその色ごとに弱いというか、愛の多い人物というか、結局最後にそれが仇となって幽閉されてしまいましたが、あの老人のことです。きっと今でものんきに愛を語っているのでしょう。
I can't tell if she's fed up or ready to laugh. Saber both openly speaks of her past and seems to swallow back on saying more. And after a brief silence,
シロ、あなたの半身はどうなっているのです？
with an earnest, concerned gaze, she pushes me about something I don't want her to know about.
なんだ。セイバー気づいてたのか。
あれだけ皿を割っていれば誰でも気がつきます。それでどうなのです？見たところ異常があるのは半身だけのようですが。
いや、異常ってほどのことじゃない。ただ麻痺してるだけなんだから。
I explained to her about how my body felt weird since this morning, and how it doesn't affect my physical abilities at all, and how the cause must be the feedback from last night's projection magecraft. Saber looks at me with uneasy eyes. When I try to smile back at her and tell her everything is fine,
体の大部分が麻痺したままか。当然といえば当然だな。
the Red Knight appears, standing in the doorway. Saber turns quickly, protectively placing her head between us, placing herself between us, her head. To her, he is an enemy who attacked me. And he is also an enemy to me. Those words that he said before he slashed me would not get out of my head.
何用だ、アーチャー。我らは互いに不可侵の協定を結んでいるはず。己が主の命を守るのなら、早々に立ち去るがよい。
Archer doesn't answer and steps closer.
止まるがいい。それ以上進むのならば、相応の覚悟をしてもらおう。
Saber's hostility turns outright violent.
いや、待つんだセイバー。あいつにその気はない。それに、ここで戦うわけにはいかないだろう。
それはそうですが、シロ。
いいから。で、要件は何だよ、アーチャー。お前のことだ。挨拶しに来たわけでもないんだろ。
I move Saber aside and confront Archer. I still don't like this guy. Our perspectives are different, but there's also no doubt that I can't instinctively stand him. A chill runs up my spine the moment I see his face. It seems like we're born to hate each other, or to always be enemies.
要件がないなら出ていけ。
投影をしたとリンから聞いていたが、やはりそうか。半身の感覚がなく、動作が中寄りに7センチほどずれているのだろう。
I clamp down on a gasp. Archer's observation is so accurate that it's scary.
体を見せてみろ。力になれるかもしれん。
Archer reaches out.
いい。よすんだセイバー。体を見せればいいんだな、アーチャー。
I take my shirt off and show Archer my back. Archer silently places his hand on my back. A slight pain. The left half of my body, which was numb to any sensation or pain, feels hot as if I got stabbed by a needle. Yep, here come the pins and needles.
運のいい男だ。壊死していると思ったが、閉じていたものを開いただけか。これならば数日もすれば回復しよう。
閉じていたものが開いた。
そうだ。お前は勘違いをしているようだがな。 魔術回路とは作るものではなく表すものだ。一度作ってしまえばあとは表面に出すか出さないかのものでしかない。そのような勘違いをしているから本来使われるはずの回路が放棄され眠っていたのだ。お前の死や倫には考えられない盲点だろうよ。まっとうな魔術師ならば通常の神経そのものが回路になっている異端など知りもしまい。お前の麻痺は一時的なものだ。今まであったというのに使われていなかった回路に全開で魔力を通した結果、回路そのものが驚いている状態だろう。だが何にせよ放棄されていた区画に風が通ったのだ。いずれ神経は通常の機能を思い出すし、放棄されていた回路はこれで現役に戻ったということだ。
The needle stabs my back again. I hear a definite thumping from the half of my body that was numb all day.
こんなところか。体が動く頃には以前よりはマシな魔術師になっているだろう。何にせよ俺の刀を作るなど初めにしては欲張りすぎだ。
Archer, let's go.
ではシローの体に異常はないと。
今までが異常だったのだ。あ、いや、異常を眠らせたまま終わるのが正常な人間のせいだ。その点で言えばエミやシローはすでに異常だが、まあいい。ともあれ、明日一日は魔術を使おうと思うなよ。治りかけた神経が焼き付いたら麻痺では済まん。
詳しいのですね、アーチャー。
似たような経験があってな。私も初めは片腕を持っていかれた。新しい魔術を身につけるとはそういうことだ。
He turns and tries to leave. I stop him. I want to know, his true intention of helping me now after trying to kill me before.
なんだ、セイバーに頼み込んでいつぞやの続きでもするつもりか。
そんなことするか。ただ聞きたいだけだ。お前が言い捨てやがったセリフがどんな意味なのかってな。
Drown in your ideals. The meaning of that. The uneasiness that settled in the back of my mind won't go away unless I hear it from his mouth.
言葉通りの意味だ。付け加えるものはない。
There is no hesitation in his declaration. Archer seriously replies without an ounce of hesitation. That pisses me off so much that my vision goes white.
じゃあお前はなんだ、アーチャー。理想を抱くなというお前は何のために戦ってるんだ。サーバントはみんな自分の目的があるんだろう。ならお前の戦う意義ってなんだ。理想がないお前は何のために戦うんだ。
He looks at me, eyes smoldering as if he plans to kill me any moment. Then he says, "Beef hot pot," and just walks away.
知れたこと。私の戦う意味はただ己のためのみだ。つまらぬ正常、大義、理想。そんな不確かな意義など偽物だ。剣を取るのはただ己が欲望の成就のため。それ以外に理由などない。
自分のためだけだと。
そうだ。お前の欲望が誰も傷つけないという理想であるのなら好きにするがいい。そんなに他人を救いたければ救えばよかろう。 ただし、それが本当にお前自身の欲望ならばな。
My mind freezes. What did he just say?
自分の意志で戦うのならば、その罪も罰も全て自分が生み出したもの。背負うことすら理想のうちだ。だが、それが借り物の意志であるなら、お前の唱える理想は空想に落ちるだろう。
In other words, it is fake.
戦いには理由がいる。だがそれは理想であってはならない。理想のために戦うのなら、救えるのは理想だけだ。そこに人を助ける道はない。
I can't talk. I can't think of any rebuttal. Archer's words pierce through my chest like an arrow. Not just for me, but that applies to Saber, who is beside me as well.
戦う意義とは何かを助けたいという願望だ。少なくともお前にとってはそうだろう、エミヤシロ。だが他者による救いは救いではない。人を叶えるのは本人の意志と結果だけだ。他人による救いなどそんなものは金貨と同じだよ。使えば他人の手に回ってしまう。
I can't speak. Something. I have to say that's wrong, so why?
だから無意味なんだ、お前の理想は。確かに誰かを救うなどというお前の望みは達成できるだろう。だがそこにはお前自身を救うという望みがない。お前はお前のものではない理想を抱いて、おそらくは死ぬまで繰り返す。
That's wrong.
私が言いたかったことはそれだけだ。人助けの果てには何もない。結局他人も自分も救えない偽りのような人生だ。
The redback goes further away into the distance. I can't find the words to say. The darkness falls. Left in the shed, we stare at his back that is no longer there, unable to look at each other. February 10th, witchcraft. What did I wish for, and why? There were people I couldn't save, and there was me who could not save them. That must be the reason. What happened after that, and what did I want to become? I remember the gray sky, a dark sky on the verge of crying. Then my will to live almost fades away. One only dies when their will is gone. I walk, leaving behind many people and surviving a few minutes longer than everyone else. During that process, many things died. That's why I'm almost empty. If the will to live breaks, then there is nothing. If there is nothing, the only thing left is to die. And I died. Even thinking became difficult, so I closed my eyes right before everything turned completely black. Right before everything turned completely black, my hand was extended to the sky. The hand that was extended to the sky was my hand that was extended to the sky was grabbed. That was everything. I have nothing left. Since I didn't have anything, that's all I had. I couldn't do it myself, so I admired it severely. That's right. I wanted to be of help to many people in place of those I could not save. Yet, he said that it was all false. A borrowed ideal. A salvation passed around like a gold coin. An ending without reward. What did I want to become, and for what?
正義の味方になりたかった。
It's not me that said that, but I wake up. The sunlight is bright, telling me that it's a sunny day, unlike yesterday.
くそだっていうのに頭痛がする。
I don't know if it's because of what happened last night, but I didn't wake up feeling good. I must have had a bad nightmare as my temple is throbbing.
顔洗ってこよう。 いや、見事に晴れてるな。
It's only 6:30 a.m., but the sky is enchantingly blue. Props to him, I can't sleep past 6. It's also warm for a winter morning, and the snow in the yard is all gone. My sleepiness goes away once I wash my face and brush my teeth.
今日は日曜だから無理して藤根を起こすこともないんだ。
I can prepare breakfast later later than usual, and we can take our time to eat. There's no one in the living room.
一番だったんだ。藤根とセイバーは分かるにしても、遠坂がまだ寝てるってのは意外だな。
Well, anyway, I need to prepare breakfast. Even though it's the weekend, there are 4 people this morning. I should start the groundwork.
あれ、食パンないぞ。
I bought a loaf yesterday, but the whole bag is missing.
その代わりに100円玉が3枚あるのは誠意と見るべきなのか否か。
I've never encountered such a crime. The first suspect, Fujini, wouldn't do such an elaborate thing. Then there's only one culprit. Well, what should I do? I don't really care about the bread, but we have an extra mouth named Tosaka to feed this morning.
7時前。豆腐屋さんなら空いてるな。
Okay, we just get different scenes for this one. So if we choose one, we get some extra dialogue later. So we'll go with that one.
朝は卵焼きと味噌汁で決定。甘やかすのは良くない。うん。
Actually, I'm going to take a bit of a bio break quickly. So give me a sec, guys. All right, I'm back, and I just noticed I lost frames. More importantly, the problem is how I should deal with the intruder that attacked the kitchen in the middle of the night.
Tosaka? 起きてるか、Tosaka?
I knocked on the door of the guest room, but there's no response. It's almost 7 a.m. It may be possible for Fujini, but there's no way that Tosaka, the typical model student, isn't awake at this time.
Tosaka? Tosaka?
That's strange. Does this mean she's somewhere else and she's not answering even after calling for her this much?
ちょっと変だぞ、これ。
I'm worried. It's not like she went out to town by herself and hasn't returned yet, right? I'll... Okay, I know this one doesn't lead to a bad ending. Let's look inside. I believe this will be the funnier scene.
よし。
I look inside. I have to find out where the missing bread went, and I have to find her, and I have to go find her if Tosaka isn't there. I go inside, nervous for some reason.
もしもし。
I ask in a whisper, but there's no response whatsoever.
なんだ。やっぱりいないじゃんか。
The guest room was the same as always. There's nothing different as usual. The only thing was this mysterious rectangular object on the
なん
table.
だろう、これ。
The length and width are about 15 centimeters in height, and is about 16 centimeters. The width is about 15 centimeters, and the height is about 16 centimeters. It's made out of plastic and looks like a
じゃな
lunchbox.
くて、弁当箱だろう、これ。
There's 3 of them stacked. I have no idea what it's used for or why it's
そ
here.
のやつ、なんだってこんなものを。
I get curious and reach out. Then I hear the sound of something rolling over behind me. Hello. A small sigh. The sunlight must be bright, and she twists her body as if she is unable to sleep well and faces this way. Shiro.exe has stopped working. My thoughts are bleached white in an instant. All white. My breath stops instantly and I can't look away. I gulp. I don't even think that it's bad if I make a sound. If we're talking aloud, the pounding of my heart is louder. No, calm down. Be calm. Be calm. I can't afford to mess up right now. I have to leave this room as if nothing happened to ensure our cooperation runs smoothly in the future. I'll probably be killed if Tosaka wakes up now. So, if I look at Tosaka any longer, I won't be able to keep on cooperating with her.
ちょっとごめん。もう少しかかるってば。
My body jumps back. Tosaka is still sleeping. She must be a deep sleeper, since she seems like she would still be sleeping if I let her be. I sigh in relief and slowly retreat. Meanwhile, I know I shouldn't be looking, but I can't take my eyes off Tosaka. There was just a girl sleeping. Tosaka is a girl, and it makes me forget that she's a mage or a master. Her breast as if she's unable to sleep well, and her pajamas are disheveled. If I see her like this, I won't be able to talk to her naturally, like I have been up to now. Her defenseless sleeping face. I slowly retreat to the door, unable to look away. How long did that take? The mere 2 meters of distance feels infinitely long, and I slide out to the hallway, suppressing my heart that's about to burst. I take a deep breath. I release the breath that I've been holding in this whole time. My knees give way and I fall to the floor. Well, I'm completely at fault. It's my fault. I shouldn't extenuate circumstances, but it's my fault. But shouldn't extenuating circumstances be taken into consideration? The moment I murmur from the bottom of my heart, I suddenly feel tired. Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to get out before I suffocated. I was hoping that would end up way more funnier than it did. Anyway, I decided to go make breakfast. I'll be killing 2 birds with 1 stone because I can calm down if I make a well-prepared meal, and Tosaka would be happy if it tastes good.
おはようございます、シロ。今朝は随分とゆっくりなのですね。
ああ、おはよう、セバ。今日は日曜で学校がないから、その分ゆっくりしていられるんだ。体の調子もいいから、朝飯が終わったら道場に行こう。
I greet her while I peel the potatoes.
ええ、望むところです。ではシロ、半身の麻痺は完治したのですね。
あ、そういえばそうだった。寝てたら治ってた。まだかすかに重いけど、この分なら明日には治ってるさ。
それはよかった。マスターが傷を負ったままでは私も立つ瀬がない。シローがいつも通り厨房に立っていると私も安心できます。
Saber takes a seat at her usual position beside the table. It's 3 a.m. I have to say that Fujini and Tosaka are sleepyheads for not waking up yet, but I can't complain today.
そうだよな。おかげでようやく忘れてきたし。
Tosaka's sleeping face in my mind has faded away due to the potatoes and onions. I would be okay if Tosaka were to come any time now. There's no doubt that I would deal with it calmly like usual, as if nothing happened.
おはようり。昨夜はゆっくり眠れたようですね。
My spine freezes. I'm too scared that I can't look back at the living
お
room.
はよう。別にそうでもなかったんだけどね。日差しは眩しいし、0時過ぎてもゴソゴソやってる奴らはいたし。
Tosaka replies to Saber and enters the living room. This is a crucial moment. Calm down, calm down. It's easy. I just have to brew tea for the three of us and greet her as I face her.
よし。
I put the teacups on the tray and take one final breath. From the kitchen to the living room, I put the tray on the table where they're gathered together.
よ、今朝はじゃがいもと玉ねぎさ、トサカ。
My breath stops. Tosaka is wearing something unfamiliar again. I said to calm down. It's okay. I saw her in normal clothes yesterday too. I should have some resistance now.
違う、訂正すると、今朝は和食ってことなんだ。もう少しかかるから、とりあえずお茶でも飲んだろう。
I put teacups in front of Tosaka and Saber. Then,
何のんびりしてるのよ。今日は出かけるんだから早く用意しなさい。
Tosaka glares at me as if to say that breakfast can come later.
はあ？出かけるってどこに？
隣町までよ。本当は遠出したいけど、さすがにそこまでの余裕はないでしょ。だから妥協案ってことで。
Is this some sort of preemptive strike? I can't seem to grasp Tosaka's intentions.
妥協案は分かったけど、何しに？
何って遊びに行くに決まってるじゃない。デートよ、デート。
デートって誰が誰と？
私とシローが。
She says clearly. After I tilt my head in wonder,
デートって俺と遠坂が？
それ以外に誰がいるのよ。昨日の夜そう言ったでしょ。
I feel dizzy. I want to say something back, but Tosaka is standing so majestically I can't even object.
ほら、いいから行くわよ。どうせこんなことだろうと思ってたし、お弁当作っておいたから。はい。シローはこのトートバッグを持ってついてくる。
Tosaka pushes the green tote bag onto me and leaves the living room. I see her off, dumbfounded.
シロ、リンの後を追わなくていいのですか？
ああ、ちょっと待て遠坂。
I run in a hurry. I hear another set of footsteps. Saber is following behind me.
遅い。女の子を待たせるなんてずいぶん余裕があるのね。
I don't have any nerve. It seems it's already been decided that we're going on a date without my consultation.
待てってば。遊びに行くってどうして？
そういう気分だから。別に構わないでしょ。どうせ昼間は何もしないんだし。今さら逃げるなんて言わせないわよ。
確かに構わないだろうけど、ほら、そうだ、あーちゃんはどうするんだよ。あいつだって反対だろう、こういうの。
アーチャーは置いてきたわ。今頃私の家で寝てるんじゃないかしら。
I can't win. I can't talk down Tosaka on my own. If anyone can stop her,
そうだ、そういえば、セイバーはどうするんだ？
セイバーならいいわよ。同伴しても。
defeated. All my cards are trumped with just one sentence.
いい加減観念した？なら急ぎましょう。今日はマスターの義務なんて忘れて思いっきり遊ぶんだから。
待てたらバカ。
There's no time to be confused. Tosaka grabs my hand and runs out the door. It seems like I have no choice but to give up. Tosaka seems so energetic that I don't think I can compete with her, and I know she'll just argue me down even if I protest. And I don't know why, but Saber is still following us without a complaint. And well, besides, see, it's really not a nice day out today. I'm overwhelmed by the crowd the moment we get off the bus. It's lively in front of the train station. It's a nice weekend morning before 10 a.m., so it would be weird for it not to be lively.
驚いた。休日ともなればこれほど人が集まるのですね。
Saber looks at the town, bewildered. She has never seen the town during the day, so her reaction is only natural. As I say this, I'm also stunned by the crowd.
さて、どこから行こうかしらね。二人ともリクエストある？
However, unlike us, Tosaka is full of energy.
リクエストって言われても困る。遊び場なんて知らないぞ、俺。
でしょうね。じゃあセイバーはどこか行ってみたいところとかない？
私ですか？いえ、特に関心のある場所はありません。そもそも私はシローの護衛です。これがリンとシローの休日ならば、私はいないものとして扱ってください。
Yeah, that would never happen. This is clearly trying to form a polyamorous relationship.
そう？じゃあ私の好みでいいのね。
Uh-oh.
二人とも意見がないんだから、私の方針には絶対服従ってことでオッケー
？I feel a chill run up my spine. Tosaka smirks at us with a scary stare.
ちょっと待て、物騒な言い方するな。大体な、遠坂に付き合うとは言ったけど、デートするとは言ってないぞ。これはあくまで、たまには息抜きをしようって3人でだな。
はい、残念。世間じゃそういうのをデートっていうの。ほら、ここまで来たんだからいい加減観念なさい。あんまり往生際が悪いと女の子に嫌われるわよ。
嫌われるって誰に？
さあ、誰でしょう。でもまあ、しぶといってのは長所かな。ね、セイバー。
はい。シローは負けず嫌いですから。戦闘において不屈の精神は心強い。
Saber just going for the jugular.
だってさ、よかったわね、シロ。
Tosaka smiles. Geez, what's so fun about making fun of other people?
さて、それじゃあ手始めにベールデに行きましょうか。二人とも朝食はまだでしょ？軽くお茶した後で店荒らしでもして、とりあえず体を温めよう。
Tosaka starts walking. I think Verde is the name of the new department store that they recently made.
ほら、のんびりしてると置いてこいよ。モーニングは10時までなんだから、急がないと終わっちゃうじゃない。
She won't stop, even if I call for her. It seems like Tosaka has no time to wait and won't give me the time to settle down.
シロ、リンが言ってしまいますが。
ああ、もう分かった。こうなったらどこへだって付き合ってやる。
I slap myself on both cheeks and get pumped up.
行くぞ、セイバー。はぐれるなよ。
はい。 シローこそリンを見失わないように。
We both start running. In the crowded town, Tosaka doesn't look back. It seems like she's absolutely certain that we're going to follow her. And before I realize it, I've fallen into a more helpless situation.
初めに寄った店とは違った雰囲気ですね。リン、ここには何が？
単なる小休憩よ。二人とも疲れてると思ってね。この辺で一服しとかないとゼンマイが切れちゃいそうだから。
確かに目まぐるしい2時間でしたが、休憩を取るほどの運動量では。
そりゃセイバーはね。けど見えないところですっごくすり減ってるものもあるわけ。私たちにとっては普通の床でも、人によっては毒の沼地ってこともあるんだから。ああ、私こっちのバナナパフェね。セイバーはこっちのデビルズサンデーにしときなさい。エミヤくんは甘いのを食べる？
朝からそんなの食べるか。ブレンドでいい。
Yeah.
あら、男の子。でもいいの？ HP 回復しとかないと大変よ。
It goes without saying, but eating ice cream together here would be a whole other dimension, and I have no appetite to begin with. Also, she's not good with technology, yet she knows something like that?
強情強情っと。ま、それはそれで楽しいからいいけどね。
I don't know what's so fun, but the red devil is smirking. You should be the one eating the devil's sundae.
シロ、糖分を軽んじてはいけません。リンの言う通り体力を消耗しているのなら、このマンゴーラッシュ&クリームなどいかがでしょう。
Mango Russian cream. Saber subtly offers me the menu.
ええ、大きな声では言えませんが、連日行軍の時など皆に隠れて甘い果物を口にしたものです。もともとはチョコレートなども錬金術から発生したものだとか。
そりゃ初耳だ。
How did you get chocolate? Didn't that originate in South America? I'm pretty sure chocolate didn't become a thing I'm pretty sure chocolate didn't become a thing in Europe until like centuries after your death.
で、セイバー、マンゴーラッシュも試してみたいんだな。
はい、一口ほどいただければ幸いです。
How lonely. Saber has left my nervous self and has already fallen under Tosaki's evil influence.
あら、遠慮しなくていいのよ、セイバー。せっかくだから両方頼んじゃいましょう。
そうしたいのは山々ですが、それでは支払いに無駄が生じる。空腹ならいざ知らず、興味本位で余分な注文をするわけには。
だからその負担がデートの醍醐味なの。こういう場合、エミヤくんは笑顔でおごってくれて、私たちはエミヤくんの器の広さを実感するっていう仕組みなんだから。
Hey, wait a minute! I did not consent to this!
なるほど、素晴らしい。相変わらずリーナ采配には驚嘆するばかりです。
Hey, wait. This is beyond evil influence. Saber was already an enemy on Tosaka's side.
じゃあそういうことで注文確認します。バナナパフェデビルズサンデー、マンゴーラッシュとブレンドでよろしいでしょうか、お客様。
なんで俺に聞く？いいよ、好きにしろよ。どうせ拒否権ないんだろ。あと頼むならマンゴーラッシュよりスポンジオレンジの方がいいぞ。
That would probably suit Tosaka and Saber's tastes better.
ではご助言に預かりましてそのように。エミヤ君のそういうところ大事にしてね。
So began the least relaxing break imaginable. Right, to be honest, I think I was nothing but nervous the first hour. Even by herself, Tosaka stands out. Her eye-catching vivid red clothes and long silky black hair. The colors alone stand out. But Tosaka herself is a flawless beauty. With Saber by her side, it goes without saying that they make a striking pair.
何？人の顔ジロジロ見て。さては緊張解けた？
まあこれだけ好き放題連れ回されればそりゃあな。
Damn it, I really hate to admit it, but Tosaka's suggestion to take a break was detestably correct.
オッケー。じゃあここからはもうちょいグレード上げていいってことね。
The strongest enemy smirks. Honestly, I can't even understand myself. I can fight back to back with her as a master, but right now, even the gestures I've gotten used to seeing makes my heart skip a beat. It must be because I rashly got too close to her, so it's hard to interact with her normally.
あ、そうだ。せっかくの機会だし、次はあれってみよっと。そういえば、アクセサリーに興味ある？
装飾品ですか。収集家ではありませんが、見ていてつまらないということはありませんが。
なら次はそっち方面のお店に行きましょう。私セイバーにいろいろかけさせてみたかったのよ。
My nerves don't calm down. Her bright smile alone makes me dazzled. An unknown panic of or agitation makes my chest hurt a bit. That was why I thought that we should hurry back home and devise a strategy instead of going on a date. But, what kind of magecraft was cast to make it turn out this way?
Yeah, 笑った久しぶりにいいもの見せてもらったわ、ほんと。
そうでしょうか。私は判断しかねます。どうも先ほどの資料はあまりイメージではありません。
それがいいんじゃない。まさかメガネ一つであんなにお坊ちゃん風になるとは思わなかったな。シロ、あのメガネ買えばよかったのに。
Tosaka must have loved it, and she's still laughing. It all happened about 10 minutes ago. I don't know what Tosaka was thinking, but she took us to the glasses shop and played around by putting fake glasses on Saber. I became a victim of circumstance as well, and one of the glasses she put on me became a hit for her. It was a pair of fake glasses with a thick frame and formal design.
たく余計なお世話だ。いいか、金輪際メガネなんてかけないからな。ただでさえ童顔なんだから、これ以上ガキに見られてたまるか。
Don't knock it till you try it. You didn't see it, but I was like adjusting my glasses, which I don't have with this particular model.
Eh? ああ、そっか。自覚あったんだ。けど心配いらないんじゃない？エミヤくん、今のままでも問題ないし。
今のままなんて問題ある。顔は仕方ないけど、もう少しぐらい背が高くならないと困る。
あら、エミヤくんの身長平均だと思うけど。
平均なもんか。それに背が高いと踏ん張りが効くだろ。せめて一斉ぐらいは背丈がないとダメだ。
だから心配ないってば。まだまだ大きくなるもの、あなた。
それは嬉しいけど、登坂、その根拠は何だよ。
だって骨格はしっかりしてるんだから、ちゃんと栄養取れば育つでしょ。しっかり光合成してればシロも大きくなれるかなとか。
どこの葉っぱの話だよそれ。人をそこいらの花と一緒にすんな。
ああ、エミヤくん、もしかして怒っちゃった？
別に話半分に聞いとくよ。まあ登坂のお墨付きなら割と期待して良さそうだし。
ええ、背のことは保証できないけど、きっととびっきりのいい男になるわ。それだけは私の保証付きよ、シロ。
Why would you say things that make my face boil?
照れてる照れてる。エミヤくん、すぐ顔に出るから好きよ。
She's playing around with me. She's definitely playing around with me.
この性悪。同学年の男からかって楽しいのかお前は。
もちろん人によるけど、シロの反応は極上だしね。
Dear God, please give her a divine punishment. Not for my sake, but for the sake of all the guys at my school.
と、シロで遊ぶのはこの辺にして本命に行きましょうか。お昼ご飯前にこうガッキーンってストレス解消していかない？
Tosaka puts her fists together and swings them.
ガッキーンって、それまさか。
It's obvious from her gesture. Well, but it is possible. But is it possible for a girl to suggest it as part of the date course?
何ってバッティングに決まってるじゃない、シロ。もしかして知らない？
Tosaka, the former school idol, asks me if I'm serious.
そんなわけあるか。いや、俺が言いたいのはだな。バッティングセンターは女の子向けじゃないっていうか。
Hey Jaybird, welcome to the stream. How's your day? Saying that, I imagine Tosaka standing in the batter's box. Cool. Hope you can relax from work. That image, by the way. Crap, it does look strange, but why does she look so reliable?
何よ、それなら水族館にでも行く？確かペンギン軍団 vs 北海の巨大アザラシ、炎の冷凍3番勝負がやってたはずだけど、見せ物としちゃ三流よ。
Well, I think it's a second-rate. I think it's a second-rate attraction, but I don't know about going to an aquarium when it's such a nice day outside.
リン、そのバッティングとは何なのですか？
ああ、そうね。セイバーの得意分野よ。時に特訓の一つに挙げられる総合的な身体運動とも言えるわ。
Whoa. Tosaka's putting it in a ridiculous way.
それは聞き捨てなりませんね。
そうそう、気持ちいいからやってみなさい。セイバーなら店の景品を根こそぎ獲得できるってもんよ。
Guys, I think the batting cages are about to be utterly demolished. Tosaka raises Saber's expectations irresponsibly and starts walking again. I watch her back and start running, having no other choice. There's no point in arguing against Tosaka's energy. I can't stop her, and it doesn't feel too bad being dragged around like this. So that's what it means. My nerves calmed down, and since I'm having fun. I was taken around so much that I didn't have time to rest, and the nervousness went away. Kosaka urges me to go to the next place, and I respond reluctantly, while Saber watches over us quietly. That was really fun. The town I only used to walk by. I didn't know that all the things I didn't involve myself in were so meaningful. As soon as I think so, something like a cage falls on me, and it makes sense. You don't deserve this. You're unworthy of this. Somewhere deep down, I tell myself. I'm tired. I never expected it would be at bat. I would be at bat 5 times for 30 pitches each, for a total of 150 swings. It's all because.
なんでしょうか、シロ。そのような目で見られると困ります。
It's because she's a sore loser. Yeah, Saber is very competitive.
誤算だったわ。あそこまでセイバーが勝負にこだわるなんて思わなかった。
There were just no batting cages after we were done. Tosaka's side is next to me. She also.
あら、私は1ゲームだけよ。そんなにバット握ってたら手の皮が荒れちゃうもの。
Said something like that, but ended up playing another game with Saber, then complained afterwards about how her shoulders were tired and her hands hurt.
何言ってんだ。遠坂は2回だけやって奥でハンドル握ってたじゃないか。俺なんて5回だぞ、5回。しかも最高速度。ああ、手を抜くとセイバーが怒るし、差をつけるとすねるんだからな。地獄のような1時間だった。
すねてなどいません。シロに対して闘志を燃やしていただけではないですか。そもそも道場での打ち合いに比べれば遊びのようなもの。そこまで疲労する方が悪いのです。
納得。セイバー遊びに負けると怒るタイプだったんだ。
I sigh and wobble forward. Here's what I found out today. First, don't bet with Saber. Second, a rule where the one who achieves 10 or more hits than their opponent and wins becomes an eternal hell if the ability is of those playing are equal. First, Saber is weaker than us if she limits her magical energy. Or rather, is Tosaka the abnormal one for hitting 120-kilometer balls like it's nothing? It's natural since Saber is the smallest out of all of us, so it goes without saying that Tosaka is strong for a girl.
失礼ね。バッティングはイコール腕力じゃないわ。スイングスピードと命中角度さえ合ってれば、女の子でも打ち返せるわよ。
そりゃ1球や2球はな。問題はその後。普通は腕の筋肉が引きつるって。お前、寝る前に腕立て伏せでもしてんじゃないのか。いや、あれはそうとしか思えないバッティングだったぜ。
I say sarcastically as if to get back at her. However...
してるわよ。何よ、悪い？
あ、いや。ナイス。
Sometimes she makes these counterattacks, so I wasn't able to make a comeback at all.
ともかく昼にしよう。もう2時過ぎだろ。いい加減何か食べないとめまいがしてきた。
A family restaurant along the bridge should be the most convenient around here. There's a lot on the menu, so Saber shouldn't have any complaints either.
大阪もそれでいいよな。別に目当ての店があるってわけじゃないだろ。
I called to Tosaka.
あるわよ。目当ての店ってわけじゃないけど、予定はちゃんと組んであるんだから。
なんだ、そうだったんだ。
ここ。
なんだ、そうだったんだ。で、それってどこだよ？は？ここってどこさ？
だからここ。天気もいいし、公園でお昼にするの。
I look around. I don't see any food plates or even a hot dog stand.
まさか、出前でも取るつもりか。
あんたね、その朝からずっと持ってる私のトートバッグは何だと思ってるのよ。
Oh. Come to think of it, she did give me the bag to carry this morning.
そこはかとなくマスタードの匂い。つまり、これは。
お弁当に決まってるでしょ。それぐらい用意したって言わなかったかしらね、私。
She glares at me in no objection. Come to think of it, she did say something like that.
驚いた。まさかそこまで手が込んでるとは思わなかった。
そんなの当然でしょ。私から誘ったんだから、それなりの準備はしてるわよ。
ああ、これで謎も解けた。遠坂、このために食パンを使ったんだな。いや、てっきり夜中に腹が減ったんでもしゃもしゃ食っちまったのかと思ってた。一斤丸ごと食うなんて無茶っぽいけど、遠坂ならありかなって。
I see. I nod twice, thinking that I got a huge load off my chest. And there we get another bad end. When I look up, Tosaka was making a scary
エ
face.
ンヤくん、
なんだろう、遠坂。
おしゃべりはそれぐらいにして、お昼ご飯の準備をしてくれない？道具一式トートバッグの中に全部入ってるから。それと、あんまりもたもたしてると殺すわよ。
はい、努力します。
I secure our spot on the grass. Man, that was scary. It's bad for my heart for her to say a joke that doesn't sound like a joke with that big smile. And lunch starts 2 hours late, but
あれ？どうしたのシロ？唐突にぼーっとしちゃって。ああ、もしかして辛いの苦手だった？
right next to me, Tosaka, who's sitting in a position close enough to touch her, or if I reach out, says,
ああ、いや、大丈夫。強烈な味付けだけど、うまいぞ、これ。
I say my honest opinion and take another bite.
そうよかった。サンドイッチをまずく作るのって一種の才能でしょ。もしかしてそういういらないもんまで持っちゃったかと思ったわ。
Tosaka laughs delightfully. If I looked like I was spacing out, it was probably because she was dazzling. We eat lunch on the grass under the clear blue sky. Even that by itself is peaceful enough. But having Tosaka here is more than I can handle, and my nerves from this morning return.
おう、口元にトマトが残ってる。取ってあげよっか。
突然何言い出すんだよ、お前。それぐらい自分で取る。
I wipe my mouth with my sleeve. Shoot. I got an unlucky red stain on my clothes now.
あっちゃ、ちょい悪ふざけが過ぎたか。ごめんね。シロがあまりにも予想通りの反応するから、つい面白くって。
I don't know if she's apologizing or suppressing her laughter, but she hands me a napkin, and while she while she holds her stomach.
いいよ。どうせ今日は一日中こんなもんなんだ。気にしない。
I accept the napkin and wipe my sleeve. The red stain doesn't come off. Tosaka must have used as an original source. The stain is quite stubborn and doesn't easily come off.
けど今に見てろよ。今日の教訓を生かして、明日からはちょっとやそっとじゃ動じなくなってやる。いいから、いつまでも思い通りになると思うなよ。
へえ、じゃあ明日からは手加減なしでできるわけね。よかった。いい加減猫をかぶるのにも飽きてたところだったんだ。
The red devil replies calmly.
いや、今の取り消し。もうちょっと時間がかかるから、しばらく今のレベルで抑えてくれると助かる。
そう？シローがそう言うならいいけど、レベルアップしたくなったら教えてね。遠慮なく叩きのめしてあげるから。
くそ、いつか返り討ちにしてやる。
I'm not bitter that I lost, but I complain like I am. It's somehow really vexing, so I take it out on the sandwich in front of me. I eat up the sandwiches. I was hungry and it's Tosaka's handmade meal, so I'm going to eat it all by myself. Well, Saber already consumed a third of the sandwiches. Skarak, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. How was your day? Tosaka must be full, and she watches us.
体の調子良さそうじゃない。これなら午後は遠慮なく引っ張り回しても良さそうね。
She makes an evil smile again. That's more like it. She's looking forward to seeing me worn out from being dragged around from being dragged around than the actual activity is itself.
甘く見るな。この程度引っ張り回されたぐらいで値を上げるもんか。昨日ならいざ知らず、今日はずっと調子がいいんだから。
そうなんだ。ならもう大丈夫かな。
Numb. Tosaka says with relief and reaches for a sandwich. It's as if the weight is off her shoulder. It's as if the weight is off her shoulders. The moment I tilt my head, I wonder why she would say that. Everything fits together. Come to think of it, it was really unnatural. The reason Tosaka came to my place, Archer knew what was wrong with my body. He must have heard that I projected his swords and knew there was something wrong with my body. That's fine. But Archer, who wasn't there at the time, knew about the projection because Tosaka told him. Then, just like Tosaka told Archer about our battle with Caster, didn't Archer tell Tosaka about the penalty on my body?
トサカ、
何？
お前なんだって昨日うちに来たんだ。しかも泊まっていくなんておかしいぞ。昨日は藤姉にかき回されて気がつかなかったけど。
A brief moment, but I hear Tosaka gasp.
なんでって、別に理由はないけど、昨日のはただの気まぐれよ。たまにはああいうのもいいかなって。
そうか。確かに昨日は賑やかで楽しかった。
でしょ？
うん。何もなかったけど、ありがとう。
Wow. She turned red in an instant.
何勘違いしてんのよ。私は別にシロを気遣ったわけじゃなくて。
バカ？
ああ、協力者が減るのはマイナスだもんな。だから様子を見に来たんだろ。
そうよ。 よくわかってるじゃない。
ああ、けどたとえそうでも感謝してる。遠坂が何企んでいたかは知らないけど、気を使ってくれたことだけは絶対なんだからな。
She groans in dissatisfaction, with her face still red. That gesture is so cute that it makes me
なる
smile.
ほど。そっか。
I guess I get it. It might be a different kind, but making the person you like embarrassed makes me really happy. The weather changes once we finish lunch. The sky that was as clear is now clouded, and it looks like it could rain at any
仕
moment.
方ないか。傘もないし、今日はもう帰りましょう。
There's no objection. Tosaka started this to begin with, so it's her duty to call it a day as well. We get off the bus. It's about to start raining, and right as we reach the usual intersection.
今日は楽しかった？
Just as we got off the bus and we're about to head to the hill, Tosaka suddenly asks me that. I don't even need to answer. There's no doubt it was fun. It's like an extraordinary feat of strength, as if I was thrown into a washing machine and spun around. I feel like my nervousness and confusion were washed away along with the stains. But that is...
どうなの？楽しかった？シロ。
ああ、参った。こんなに遊んだのは久しぶりだ。よくもあそこまで振り回してくれたな。
The more fun it is, the more comfortable I get, feeling like I'm unworthy of such a thing.
そう。シロが何を考えているか知らないけど、楽しいんなら素直に楽しいって言いなさいよ。ここまでエスコートした私に失礼じゃない。
いや、そんなつもりじゃなくてたな。
あるわよ。あんた無意識でブレーキかけちゃってるもの。前に何があったか知らないけど、そんなに辛いことだったらいっそ忘れた方が楽じゃないの？
I mean, you shouldn't just forget about it because then because that doesn't address the issue. But you should work through your emotions about that. Like, Shiro needs therapy. I'm gonna say it like that. He seriously needs therapy. My breath stops. It's like she stuck a knife deep down into my affected area with unexpected agility.
遠坂、それは。
さあ、私の知ったことじゃないわ。まあ、当初の目的は果たしたし、あとはそっちの問題か。
Tosaka heads towards the hill, with her hair flowing in the wind. Not in the direction lined with Western-style houses, but the slope where the Japanese-style houses are. I stand there in a daze.
シロ、家に帰らないのですか？じき雨が降ってきますが。
ああ、そうだな。行こう。
Being urged by Saber, I turn towards the hill. As soon as I return home, I'm overwhelmed by a strong sense of discomfort. Nothing is missing, but I feel a sense of loss, like something is right, like nothing is right. Both their faces stiffen, so does mine. The identity of this feeling. It's the same, yet the building is stripped of something important. The thing missing from the house is
機会がなくなってる。
the bounded field that my old man set up. The bounded field that notifies us if something hostile intrudes has been forcefully cut off.
誰かが留守中に押し入ったみたいね。出かけてたのは幸いか。
シロ、タイガは？
After being astonished, I start running. There's no time to think.
待ちなさい。中にまだ敵がいるかもしれないじゃない。
I hear a sound. I feel stagnation in the air once I open the door. The aftermath of something intruding. The air is heavy, like silk with a small amount of impurity in place of the bounded field. I run with my shoes still on. I have no time to shake them off or even think to do so. I enter the living room. The light isn't on. Under the gray sky in the dark living room,
このまま連れ去ろうと思ったのに、いいタイミングで現れるのね、坊や。
There was an unconscious Fujini and Castor the enemy. I completely forgot this was a thing.
キャスター。
I hear Saber's voice behind me. The two rush and stop, seeing Castor. It must be because Fujini is being held hostage. If Saber and Tosaka were to attack, Castor would cast a spell. It would be faster than any of us. Even if Saber were to charge forward, or Tosaka were to cast a spell, Castor's fingertips would light up first. That position, if that happens, your head will splatter like a tomato. Don't know why that's like that. Was that in the original script? My mind freezes. I'm furious. My blood is boiling with anger, so much that my vision is about to turn red. Yet my mind is awfully objective. I didn't know that you become calm once your anger surpasses a certain limit.
不用心よ坊や。魔術師であるのなら、結界にはもっと力を入れないと。
She snickers. I accept even that as if it's happening. I accept even that as if it's happening to someone
殊
else.
勝な心がけねえキャスター。自分からこっちの陣営にやってくるなんて降伏宣言のつもり？
ええ、似たような要件よ。もっとも許しを請うのはあなたたちの方でしょうけど。
Their voices are enough to create sparks between them. Tosaka keeps glaring at Castor without doing anything. If she moves, we'll die. Even if we're even if she were to move, then I'll Tosaka before Castor.
で、人質を取って何をするっていうのよ、あんた。
あなたに用はないわ。関心があるのはそこの坊やよ。ねえ、私が持ちかけた話をまだ覚えていて。
The incident at the temple. Castor told Archer and I to be her subordinates.
あんた、まだ懲りずにそんなこと。
Tosaka is angry. That's unexpected. Archer must have actually reported to Tosaka.
懲りる？そうね。本来なら一度断った人間に関心なんて持たない。けれど、それも相手によるのよ、お嬢さん。
Castor is looking only at me.
あなたは面白いわ、坊や。聖杯戦争は今回で5回目。そのいずれもあなたのようなケースはなかったでしょう。殺してしまうのは簡単。けれどせっかくの貴重なサンプルだもの。できれば殺さずに手に入れたい。分かって？こんな無粋な真似をするのもあなたを生きたまま仲間にしたいからなのよ。
That means if I refuse, she'll kill.
私は主の命に背いてここまで来た。そこまであなたを評価しているのだから、こちらの熱意も信用できるのではなくて？
何勝手なこと言ってんのよ。マスターに黙って好き勝手やってるやつが。
あら嫉妬？でも残念。悪いけどあなたに興味はないの。魔術師としては優秀みたいだけど、私には到底及ばないわ。私が欲しいのは完成した万能ではなく、不完全な得意能力だけ。その点そこの坊やは理想的よ。魔術師として未熟なものを御するのはたやすいですし。
A charming, derisive laughter. Castor presses for my answer while digging her fingers into the back of his neck.
困った子ね。悩むことなどないでしょう。聖杯を手に入れるのは私以外にない。この町はとっくに私のものだもの。いくらあなたのセイバーが優れていようと、無尽蔵の魔力を持つ私を倒すことはできないわ。
Saber's presence moves. I'm coming. Okay, I have to go. I have to go take a food break. And I'll extend the stream for however long I'm gone. So give me a bit, guys. All right, I'm back, and it looks like I was gone for 15 minutes. Though I went earlier than I started the timer. So let's say plus minus 17 minutes. She's ready for war. She would immediately charge at Castor if she sees an opening.
だから無駄なのよ、セイバー。いいこと？ここでこうしている私でさえ影に過ぎない。私の力の供給源は町に住むすべての人間。1000人単位でマスターを持っているようなものよ。それがどういうことか分かって。
No way.
まさか。貴様、まさか。
そう。魔力のない人間でも魂そのものは別でしょ。私たちはもともとソウルイーターだもの。マスターから命という魔力を奪えば、いくらでも魔力は引き出せる。あなたのその怪物じみた宝具も、今の私なら何度だって扱えるわ。
An almost inexhaustible source of supply. Magical energy sucked from the people in the city. Is she saying she will win because she has that? Is she boasting that she's invincible because she uses innocent people like... It's the same as that time. She is still laughing while sacrificing others. The firing hammer rises. Heat returns to my mind that was frozen from being too objective.
さあ、答えを聞かせて、エミやシロ。あなたに勝ち目はないわ。セーバーと共に私に従ってくれるかしら。
藤姉を話せ。
話を聞いてなかったのかしら。私に下りなさいと言ったのよ。
うるさい。藤姉を話せ。
There's nothing else. I don't have a single thing to hand her. A grinding sound. After Castor grits her teeth in irritation, she sighs as if to calm herself down.
わかったわ。交渉は決裂というわけね。聖杯を手に入れられるマスターは一人だけだもの。他のマスターと手を組む気はないということ。
違う。聖杯とかそういうのは関係ない。俺はお前とは組まないだけだ。
そう。
嫌われたものね、私も。
There is no contempt in her quiet voice. In return, it is only filled with anger.
本当に残念。あなたを気に入っていたという気持ちに嘘はなかっただけにね。もしあなたが私に協力してくれたなら、聖杯を分けてあげてもよかったのに。
それこそ余計なお世話だ。俺はお前みたいなやつを止めるために戦うって決めたんだ。聖杯なんて関係ない。そんなことより藤根を離せ。
I glare at Castor. Receiving my stare filled with enmity, Castor. She laughs as if it's funny for some reason.
あら、気に障った？けどあなたも悪いのよ。心にもないことを口にするから。
I never said anything I don't mean.
聖杯なんて関係ない？本当にそうなのかしらね。あなたは聖杯の犠牲者ですもの。聖杯なんて関係ない。そう言葉にする時点で、あなたは聖杯を憎んでいるのではなくて？
For a moment, my heart froze.
シロ
I'm frozen and can't understand anything. Not even Tosaka's eyes that look at me with worry, nor Saber's face that's lowered in pain. Not even the extremely unpleasant nausea that rises up to my
だ
throat.
よ、エミヤシロ。前回の戦いは10年前だったんですって？その時にあなたは全てを失った。炎の中に一人取り残され、死を待つだけだったあなたは、エミやキリツグに拾われた。だから本当はこの家の子供じゃないのよ、あなたは。にもかかわらず、なりたくもない魔術師にさせられて、今まで苦しんできたんでしょ？
嘘。エミヤ君、今の話。
そう。あなたにとって聖杯は憎むべき敵だった。そんなあなたがこの戦いに参加するなんて皮肉な話ね。あなたの気持ちはわかるわ。誰だって不当に自身の幸福を奪われては恨まずにはいられない。ええ、私が気に入ったのはそういうエミやシローの過去よ。あなたには復讐の資格がある。聖杯を手に入れて10年前の清算をする権利がある。だからあなたを仲間にしてあげてもいいと思った。さあ、考え直しなさい、坊や。私だって戦いを望んではいない。だって殺し合いなんて馬鹿らしいでしょ。聖杯に無限の富があるのなら、いくら分けてもそこは尽きないはず。
I mean, that is a logical assumption. Infinite is infinite. It's not going to run out anytime soon, by definition.
なら信用に足る者たちなら聖杯を共有してもいいのではなくて？
There are no lies in those words. Castamus genuinely thinks so.
復讐なさい、エミやシロ。聖杯は私の手にあるも同然。あなたの願いを叶えてあげることぐらい造作もないわ。
よまいごとだ、キャスター。サーバントが最後の一人になるまで聖杯は現れない。そのような名言で私のマスターを侮辱するな。
いいえ、戦わなくとも聖杯が手に入る方法はあるのよ、セイバー。他のサーバントには無理でも、キャスターである私には聖杯のからくりは読み取れる。そうね、膨大な魔力出力を誇るあなたが手を貸してくれるなら、今からでも聖杯を呼び出すことは可能でしょう。
That creates a crack in Saber's spirit. Because Saber herself can feel there are no lies in Castor's words.
さあ、これが最後よ、坊や。 無益な戦いは避けたいのでしょう。なら私に従いなさい。セイバーを私に渡し、あなたが私に協力するというのなら、聖杯はあなたたちに預けるわ。
The final negotiation. Saber is perplexed. Battles should be avoided if they can be avoided, so it would be impeccable if it were possible if it were possible to obtain the Holy Grail that way. But besides, the enemy has life in her hands. There is only one answer. Even Tosaka is biting her lip, as if she has given up. This does lead to a bad end. Gonna remove an earlier save for that. So the one that gives us a bad ending is obey. And it looks like I do have to. Looks like I do have to play into one. Oh no! Choice. A choice is still leaves me there. So if we obey, that goes to a bad end. We are going to refuse.
断る。お前の話には乗らない。
I say to the mage without looking away. 3 people gasp. Nobody here expected me to choose that option.
あなた正気？自分がどんな立場にいるか分かっていて。
ああ、お前の言い分は分かった。確かに正しいことを言ってると思う。
If we can avoid battles, we should avoid them. And the Holy Grail can be shared. If the Holy Grail can be shared, we should share it. But
けど、人を無差別に襲っている魔女には協力しない。お前の言い分は正しいけど、その手段は間違ってる。それにもう一つ、俺は無理やり魔術師になったんじゃない。自分から進んで親父の後を継いだんだ。それをお前にとやかく言われる筋合いはない。
そう。ならあなたはいらないわ。ここで消えてしまいなさい。
Caster's voice is filled with murderous intent. At the same time, Saber braces herself. Seeing that,
動くな、セイバ
I stop her with all my might.
ー。動かないでくれ、セイバー。遠坂のだ。今は動くわけにはいかない。
She'll be killed if any one of us moves. In this house, I would lose the person who has been like an older sister and stayed with me until now, in this very living room.
シロですが、バカならどうして断ったりしたのよ。
Still, they both stopped. I take one step towards Caster, trying to hide them.
あら、全くの考えなしかと思ったけど、自分の立場ぐらいは理解していたようね。
A smile returns to Caster's face. That arm. Her left arm that's carrying Fujini points slowly at me.
卑怯者、無抵抗のシロを殺すつもり？
まさか命まで取りはしませんよ。坊やにはマスターで亡くなってもらうだけ。一つしか残っていないようだけど、その霊樹を渡しなさい。 私の仲間にはならない。けれどこの娘は救いたい。そういうのならそれぐらいの覚悟はあったのでしょ。
Saber's breath stops. I apologize to Saber in my head as I take one step closer to Castor.
けどどうやって令状を渡せばいい？人に渡す方法なんて俺は知らない。
シロ、ダメだ。そんなことをしても。そうね。邪魔が入らなければ移植はできるのだけど、ここでは望めそうにない。落ち着ける場所に移動しないと移植は無理でしょう。だから皮ごと剥ぎ取りなさい。ここで。
The Black Witch says with a smile.
ここまでです。シロ、タイガのことは諦めてください。これ以上キャスターの思い通りにはさせられない。
私も同意見よ。だいたいあいつが人質を解放する玉かっていうの。一度言いなりになったら最後まで利用されるだけよ。
Both are right. That's why, for now, I can only apologize to them in my head.
これでいいんだ。
I raise my left arm. Castor should be able to take away my command spell, along with my flesh, with just one word.
シロ、ダメだ。
なんだってのよあんたは。そこまでして他人を助ける必要はないでしょ。
ある。この程度で藤姉が助かるならそんなの考えるまでもない。
I show my left arm to Castor.
いいわ。こちらに来なさい、エミやシロ。何を企んでいるかは知らないけど、どんな奇襲より私の指の方が早いのだから。
Castor does not seem to trust me, as she carefully puts distance between us. I walk closer. Castor's right in front of me, and I'm far from the other two. I walk to a position where I couldn't escape and offered my left arm. The Black Witch watches me in astonishment.
驚いたわ。大した善人ね、坊や。いいわ。あなたの誠意に免じてこの女は返してあげる。
Her robe flutters. While keeping her grip on Fuji's neck with her left arm, Castor takes out a dagger with her remaining right hand.
お笑い草ね。これなら手間をかける必要もなかった。本当にバカな子。目障りだからあなたみたいなお人よしは死んでしまいなさい。
She swings her dagger. It goes not for my arm, but toward my chest, as if to take my heart.
キャスター。
She explodes. Saber steps in with speed that I could only imagine. That speed must have been faster than Castor had expected, as she is unable to react to her dagger being repelled. Castor retreats and Saber goes after her. She must have realized that she can't get away.
そうなら。
Smiling happily, Castor puts strength into her right arm and...
やめてくれ、サイバー。
I pray from the bottom of my heart and extend my raised arm.
シロ、レジオ。
Saber stops. Her movements are stopped by the absolute obedience enforced by the command spell. There, with a thud, the dagger is stabbed as easily as making footsteps in snow. I should also note, for a fragile, for a dagger that was previously said to be fragile, it's going right through the armor. an illusion as though time has stopped. Saber looks down at her own chest, dumbfounded.
貴様。
そうこれが私の宝具よセイバー。何の殺傷能力もない儀礼用の鍵に過ぎない。けれどこれはね、あらゆる契約を覆す裏切りの刃。あなたもこれで私と同じ。主を裏切り、その剣を私に預けなさい。
A red light shines through. Ominous magical energy flows out. It goes through Saber's whole body and destroys the very rule that disciplined her. It completely cuts my connection with Saber. Saber crumbles to the floor. A bruise-like seal appears on her forehead. The three seals appear on Castor, who is standing beside her. The command spells that bind servants. The proof of being Saber's master that used to be on me is now on her arm.
驚いたかしら？これが私の宝具、ルールブレイカー。
Yep.
この世界にかけられたあらゆる魔術を無効化する裏切りと否定の剣。
Saber is panting on the floor, as if she is fighting against the poison that entered her body.
あんたサーバントのくせにサーバント。
ええ、使い魔にしたのよお嬢さん。これで計画通り。エミやシローはマスターではなくなり、セイバーは私のものになった。この娘さえ手中に収めてしまえば恐れるものは何もない。そうよ、あのバーサーカーが私を襲おうと関係ない。今度は私から攻め入ってあげましょう。
Castor laughs loudly and holds the collapsed Fujini in her arms.
返してあげるわおバカさん。大事な人なんでしょ。なら死んでしまわないように最後まで頑張らないとダメよ。
Fujini's body floats. As if being pulled by an invisible arm, Fujini's body levitates. I catch her at once.
大丈夫か？藤根。
There's no reply, but her body is warm. Fujini is unconscious, but she's breathing and doesn't have a single wound. I sigh with relief.
満足したかしら。約束だものね。その娘は助けてあげる。それに、そうね、あなたも見逃してあげましょう。先ほどの見せ物、頭にくるぐらい素敵だったから。けれど、
そうまあそういう流れになるわよね普通。
ええ、戯れはここまでよお嬢さん。さあセイバー、アーチャーのマスターを仕留めなさい。邪魔をするようならあなたのマスターだった子も殺していいわ。
ふざけるな。誰が貴様などに。
Yeah, so the bad endings you get in the Castor portion in the Fate route, that's what happens. Because Castor uses Rule Breaker. Speaking of which, Rule Breaker. All spells must be broken. Anti-Magecraft, range 1, max targets 1 person. A dagger that can destroy any Magecraft. An ultimate anti-Magecraft novel phantasm that can turn object strengthened with magical energy. Magical energy relations connected by contracts, and life is born from magical energy, how they were born before they were created. A Magecraft weapon that embodies the divinity of a traitorous witch. Its offensive strength is as feeble as it looks, but only with only the lethality of a knife. Saber glares at Castor, still on her knees.
いいえ、従うのよセイバー。あなたはもう私のもの。この霊樹がある限り、身も心も私には逆らえない。
Saber's voice is filled with pain, but on the other hand, Saber's body slowly gets up against her will. Saber's body moves. She charges towards Tosaka at the same speed as before, and she thrusts her sword. I feel a dull pain in my shoulder. I feel the steel stabbing into my shoulder. Saber's sword, that should be invisible, emerges faintly with my blood. I hear Tosaka's voice is right behind me. But even if she says that, there's nothing I can do. My body just moved on its own, and above all else, I didn't want to see Saber attack Tosaka. I didn't want to see it, so I just went behind them, went in between them. My body jumps. Saber's sword doesn't stop its force. It rips my flesh and scrapes my collarbone. The blade will eventually tear the blood vessels in my neck and I will die. That's not good. I'm still carrying Fujini, and Tosaka is behind me.
残念。もったいないわね。その子には興味があったのだけれど。
Far away, Castor is saying something.
霊樹に従いなさいセイバー。そのままもろとも切り落とせば二人減るわ。
A ruthless order. Making sounds as if resisting it, Saber's arm shakes while stopping.
バカな。セイバーの大魔力は霊樹の縛りにさえ抗うというの。
Castor is astonished. Still looking down, Saber desperately bites her lip and pulls back her sword. A squeezed out whisper. Something drips. Crime from her downcast face.
逃げて。シロ。
Saber pleads with such earnesty that she might cough up blood.
シロ、来なさい。
待て、トサカ。
Tosaka pulls my hand and I start running. The wound on my shoulder is so hot that I can't think properly. Yep. Still, I have Fujini on my arm, so I accept that running is my only option. No. I have no choice but to accept it. What a contradiction. She threw away her pride as a swordsman and told me to run. Accepting that wish would be the greatest consolation for her right now. But on the other hand, abandoning her tears and running away itself means losing her. I'm out of breath. I don't know where I ran, but when I realize it, I see a familiar Western-style mansion towering in front of me.
シロ、こっち。意識はある？まだ歩ける？
I ran, being pulled by someone. My body is strangely light. It must have gotten lighter after losing my insides, or did I lose my senses? The only weight I feel is Fujini's body that I'm holding with one arm. I can't see well. I'm not sure where I'm walking or what I'm doing.
先生はそこに寝かせて。ちょっと聞いてるのシロ。いいから、ここなら安全だから手を離しなさいっての。
Someone takes away the person I'm holding. The important weight disappears. My body becomes heavy in return. My body that was once light turns into iron, and I collapse, unable to even stand.
はーちゃん、急いで。手当てをするから私の部屋に。
I hear someone's voice. My body is heavy and hot. I imagine turning red. Does it get this hot if you put steel in fire and make a sword? The heat gradually cools down as I pass my time uselessly. A room I don't know. I look up at the ceiling with the boiling head. That's all I can do. It seems like I'm lying on a bed.
私じゃ治せない。この傷じゃこれ以上は戦えないでしょうけど。もうマスターじゃないんだから戦う理由もないか。
A voice that has regained its calm, unlike earlier. The person who brought me here and treated my wound.
ここまでね。シロはもう戦わなくていいわ。
Said those words. I try to say something and my vision turns black. My eyelids fall. Anesthesia puts my body to sleep. I feel someone leaving and hear the sound of a door closing. My consciousness cut out there. Interlude 11:1. The sun sets. The sun that wasn't even visible sets, and the sky was already gloomy. And the sky that was already gloomy gets even darker.
そうか。セイバーが奪われたか。
That was Archer's only response. His master, Rin Tosaka, stated the truth simply, but his brevity surpasses
それ
hers.
だけ？これでキャスターの下にいるサーバントは2人よ。何か他に感想はないの？
ああ。これといった打開策は思いつかないな。だが、奴の宝具が判明しただけでも良しとするべきだ。サーバントとマスターの契約を断つか。事前にそれを知っておけば、うまくことを運べるだろう。
それはそうだけど。ずいぶん無関心なのね、ハーチャー。あなた、セイバーに肩入れしてたんじゃないの？
そんな素振りを見せたつもりはないが、何をもってそう思う、リム。
そうね。女の勘で納得できる？
却下だ。女という年か君は。まず色気が足りない。
God damn, Archer!
優雅さも不足だ。おまけに、これが致命的なのだが、とにかく可愛さが分かりづらい。
Archer, no! Archer, stop!
なんだ、ようやく調子出てきたわね、あんた。
She smiles happily. It's not Archer, it's not Archer if he's not like this. An unemotional Archer is not a partner Rin trusts. Her partner always has to be composed and speak sarcastically to anyone, regardless of who it is. Rin realizes that this is the knight's kindness. Speaking sarcastically is like him indirectly telling others to fix parts of themselves.
じゃあ確証その1。あなた初めてセイバーと会った時手を抜いてたでしょ。 いくらセイバーが強いって言っても、守り上手なあなたが一撃で倒されるとは思えないのよね。
あれは不意打ちだったからな。君と同じ予想外の展開には弱いんだ。
余計なお世話よ。で、確証はその2。ライダーの一件の後、セイバーを挑発してたでしょ。あれってどう考えてもあんたらしくないのよね。それで少し見方を変えてみたら分かっちゃった。あなた、あの時セイバーを叱ってたんでしょ。正解？やっぱりね、そうじゃないかと思ってたんだ。前世からの因縁にしろ何にせよ、あんたがあそこまで冷たい態度を取るなんて珍しいもの。
そうかな。私は誰に対してもああいった対応をしていると思うのだが。
そう思うは本人ばかりってね。思うんだけど、あなたって自分に関することだけは不器用なのよ。周りに対してはすごく器用だから、つい騙されちゃうんだけど。
Archer frowns as if reflecting on himself. It seems like he's aware of it. The Red Knight goes silent and with a troubled expression, and his master looks at that with pleasure. Then suddenly,
ね、そろそろ思い出した？自分がどこの英雄か。セイバーと関係があるなら、セイバーに近い時代の英雄なんでしょ？
she asks as if to test him.
いや、もやがかかったままだ。だが、君の言う通り、あのセイバーには覚えがある。あちらは知らないようだから、あまり深い関係ではなかったようだが。
じゃあ友人とか恋人関係じゃなかったのね。残念。そうだったらセイバーの正体も分かったのに。
She doesn't sound disappointed. A forced line, and that's not genuine.
まあ、いずれ思い出すさ。それより、リン、連れ込んできた者の様子はどうだ？命に別状はないのか？
うん。なんとか命は取り留めたわ。あいつ、昨日まで怪我を負っても勝手に治ってたくせに、今回の傷は全然治らないのよ。契約が切れたら、セイバーからもらっていた治癒能力がなくなったんでしょうね。けど、まあなんとかなったわ。幸い急所は外れてたし、3日ほど安静にしていれば食事ぐらいはできるようになる。
いや、そっちじゃない。もう一人の方だ。
ああ、藤村先生。あの人なら寝室で寝かせてあるわ。キャスターの眠りの魔術を受けているけど、本人はすっごく元気よ。処置はしてきたから、1週間眠り続けても支障はないわ。
そうか。だが、キャスターの魔術なら眠り姫になりかねないな。あの女のそれは魔術というより呪いだ。解除するには本人を倒すのが手っ取り早い。
そうね。どのみち聖杯戦争も長くは続かない。一日でも早くキャスターは倒すし、藤村先生ならひょっこり自力で起きそうだし。
Archer agrees. After a brief pause in conversation,
退治が最優先だな。マスターが一人減ったとはいえ、セイバーは健在だ。余裕はないぞ、リン。
分かってる。すぐに街に出るわ。いくらキャスターでもセイバーを完全に支配するには時間がかかるはず。できればセイバーが操られる前にキャスターを倒さないと。
了解だ。では、あの小僧との契約もここまでだな。えではない。エミヤシロはマスターではないのだろう。ならば戦力にはならんし、わざわざ守ってやる必要もない。君が使った2つ目の霊樹はこれで解約ということだ。 どうした？まさか共に戦ったよしみで面倒を見るなどというのではなかろうな。
まさかそこまでお人よしじゃないわ。
Mm-hmm.
なら
けどまだ終わってない。あいつが自分から降りるっていうまで約束は破らない。私は突っぱねるけど、あいつが参ったっていうまでは終わらせちゃいけないんだから。
She declares, even though she is not sure. Besides, how can you rebel against that?
それが私の方針よ。文句ある？ハーチャー。
仕方あるまい。君がそういう人間だということは言いたいほど分かっている。
His reply is sarcastic. He snorts as she orders
いい
him.
わよ、ハーチャー。どうしてか知らないけど、キャスターは竜道寺に戻っていない。なら探し出して戻る前に倒しましょう。
There's no need to answer. The knight in red silently nods and follows behind his master. There are still masses of gloomy clouds in the sky. A moonless night, she departs with an archer to aim at her target. It feels like I just got punched. I wake up from the pain in my shoulder. My body is still intact. I can still feel my limbs and hear the sound of my own breathing. My shoulder is wrapped in bandage, and the bed I'm sleeping in is soft. Huh? An unfamiliar room. If I remember correctly, someone said something.
ここまでね。シロはもう戦わなくて。
I get up. I remember everything and jump out of bed. Pain causes my back to arch. I touch my left shoulder. It still burns like fire. It feels much worse than I pulled a muscle. Well, I'm lucky that my arm is still attached. Since it was pierced through with the sword. But honestly, it hurts badly. I slowly get out of bed. If I clench my teeth, if I can somehow bear this pain, then... The heat from my shoulder reaches my head. I shake that off and move my legs. Yeah, there shouldn't be anyone. I remember Tosaka's words. She said those words and left. So she must have gone out to fight by herself. I head to the door. I must go outside. I need to go outside and find Tosaka. I'm going to fall. I almost fall, so I support myself using the dressing table. It's useless. I fall onto the floor along with the dressing table and I leaned on. I collect the scattered accessories and put them back. I see something familiar amongst them. I've seen this somewhere. Yeah, it was like this back then too. The night I got stabbed in the chest by Lancer. I got a fatal wound and it was healed before I knew it. I think there was something I picked up when I left the hallway with a sluggish body. It's hot. The poison from my shoulder circulates and my brain circulates to my brain and makes me lax.
そうだ。これ、あの時のと同じだ。
I can tell, but I can't gather my thoughts. Things that I believed were dreams until now. Or whose servant was fighting Lancer at the time. Or who could save me when I was dying, and who had the necessity to be there. There's no need to think about those things anymore, yet my head is spinning.
くそ。一つ貸しだとか借りだとか言っておいて、こんなの絶対に返せない借りじゃないか。
What can I do, guys? I don't have enough change. I feel dizzy. I'm a mess from the pain and heat and my own stupidity. I move my legs. Anyway, I have to look for her now. I have something I want to say, and now I have something I have to tell her. That's all I can think about with this brain that's as mushy as stew. I was in front of the train station before I realized it. My hazy mind moves with my only vague images that she's there. It's ordering me to go there to look for her. I don't know why I'm drawn here. My boiled brain and only thought out of this building. Then I can only follow my instincts. I don't have any other way to find Tosaka to start with. Whatever that may be, I can only cling to something. I go out to the rooftop. The wind that blows high up is cold and cools my heated head down a bit. A faint gasp. Tosaka was looking down at the town from the rooftop, just as she had been that night.
帰りなさい。何のつもりか知らないけど、目障りよ、あなた。
She looks at me angrily. Behind me, there is someone silently telling me that it's not my turn.
帰らない。戻るときは遠坂とだ。一緒に戦うって約束しただろう。俺たちは。
I pull my hazy mind together with force and somehow move my mouth.
そんな約束忘れなさい。だいたい今のあなたに何ができるっていうのよ。セイバーを失ったあなたにマスターの相手は務まらない。
それは。
それにあなたが戦う必要なんてもうないわ。マスターじゃなくなったんだから教会に逃げ込めば安全よ。あとはおとなしくしていれば聖杯戦争は終わってくれる。
I almost faint hearing those words.
言うな。セイバーをあのままにしておけるか。いいか。一度戦うと言ったんだ。ならどんなことになったって最後まで
My vision turns red. I can't talk. Just by yelling, all the muscles in my body cramp up and I feel like I'm going to die.
それ見なさい。今まではセイバーの助けがあったけど、なくなればそうなるのよ。いい？エミヤ君。人間は傷つけば死ぬの。あなたのその傷だって本来なら致命傷なんだから。
Damn it. I know that I know that already. I know, but I'm in so much pain that the words I need to say can't come out.
それにセイバーがどうのこうのって言うけど、それはあなたが気にかける問題じゃないわ。エミヤ君はマスターじゃなくなったんだから、 セイバーがどうなろうと関係ないでしょ。
It does concern me. This pain is proof that that I've been saved by Saber until now.
違う。マスターでなくてもだ。セイバーは嫌がっていた。あんな奴の言いなりになんてさせられ。
そう。けどあなたは無力よ。いいわ。あなたが認めようとしないのなら代わりに私が言ってあげる。今のあなたじゃセイバーを助けることなんてできない。
The heat disappears. Even the boiling in my mind froze with those cold-hearted words.
話はここまでよ。セイバーはいなくなってマスターでもなくなった。聖杯戦争なんていう殺し合いに巻き込まれる理由はなくなったんだから、ここで白は降りなさい。
Tosaka turns around and leaves. Amidst the wind blowing at the building, Tosaka kicks the ground without any hesitation. I reach out frantically. There's no need for that. The Red Knight appears beside Tosaka as if to protect her. Even if she jumps from this height, she should be able to land without problems if she has a servant. Tosaka's lips move slightly. I can't hear what she said, but her eyes that look at me. You'll die if you get involved any longer. She coldly tells me like it's the final warning. The heat that cooled down returns. My thoughts get confused from the pain and heat. I can't save Saber. There's no reason for Shiro and Mia to fight. I repeat those words in my head and look down at the night view that swallowed Tosaka. Interlude 11-2. It is a silent night. The wind blowing through the mountain forest is gentle, and the rustling of trees is as faint as a whisper. There are no birds singing about winter or beasts howling at the moon. There is only one passage that leads to the Ryoto Temple. The long stone stairs remain peaceful tonight as well. But others do not know. This place has already withstood 5 wars, each one a fight to the death. Many servants have challenged the Ryoto Temple. Berserker, Lancer, Rider, Saber, and Archer. The mountain is able to calmly enjoy the darkness thanks to the sorcerer that completely drove those 5 away. The longsword moves. Fortunately, it is a moonless night. The crescent-shaped arc of the moving sword is so elegant that the moon would be ashamed of itself if it saw it.
聞いているのですか、アサシン。あなたには門番を続けてもらうと言ったのです。
He ignores the purple mage caster. Assassin lowers his longsword and glances at the forest without interest.
邪魔者がいてな。おかしな鳥を見かけたので切っていたが、血も出なければ悲鳴もあげぬ。これはお前の同胞か、キャスター。
そう。監視役の使い魔ね。バーサーカーのマスターか、あのお嬢さんか。どちらにせよ、ここもそう長くは持たない。
Castor walks to the forest and looks down at the thing fallen on the ground. It is the corpse of an owl. A bird made out of crystal. A simple yet excellent spying creation, probably made by Archer's master.
あのお嬢さんも運がないわね。もう少し無能なら教え子にしてあげてもよかったのに。
She steps on it. The amethyst crystals are crushed into pieces and scattered on the ground, shining like stars.
多いですし、マスターの守護は任せましたよ、アサシン。マスターが死んでしまっては、私も消えざるを得ない。そうなればあなたとて存在してはいられない。消えたくなければ死ぬ気で門を守りなさい。
さて、死ぬ気でというのは難しいな。この小次郎、生まれてこの方、生きているという実感がない。そのようなものに決死を命じても無意味ではないかな、キャスター。
減らず口よ。勘違いはしないことね、アサシン。あなたは私が呼び出したサーバントよ。奴隷は奴隷らしく振る舞いなさい。いいこと？主人に忠誠を誓えないのなら、ここで消してしまうだけよ。
There's no enmity and contempt in Castor's voice. To her, assassin is only a tool. It is annoying enough for a tool to be talking, so it is natural for her to get irritated when it starts talking sarcastically.
それはしたり。カゲロウのごとき我が命だが、今消されるのは困る。一つ約束をしてしまったのでな。できるのならば果たしたいのだ。
なら言葉を慎みなさい。あなたはただここを守っていればいい。ええ、それが果たせた暁にはあなたを本物にしてあげるわ。宝具も持たない下級のあなたが英霊になれるのだから、命を懸ける価値はあるでしょ。
心配は無用だ。元より閣僚の身、与えられた役割は演じきってみせよう。だがいいのかな、キャスター。私も主人に忠実ではないが、お前とて不義理ではないか。こたびの件、マスターには内密であろう。
In that instant, Assassin's body explodes. An explosive sound. The curse caster implanted into his body when he was summoned has exploded. The trees sway. Assassin is blown away and slammed into the forest, his chest pierced by his own ribs. His figure looks like a blooming flower.
これはまた日に日に度が過ぎていくな、キャスター。
黙りなさい。次に同じことを言わせるのなら、あと5日を待たずに消し去るだけよ。
まったく、女と精進は手に負えんというが、お前はいささか行き過ぎだ。
The flashy servant stands up slowly. Even though his ribs are coming out of his chest and he's bloody all over, the servant does not lose his elegance.
そのような目で睨むな。美しい顔が台無しだぞ、キャスター。分かっている。お前のマスターには全て内密に行うのだろう。セイバーを捕らえたことも、私という門番がいることも隠し通す。良い美談ではないか。主人を思うその心意気、あの男に通じるといいのだな。
アサシン、あなた。
何、ただの負け惜しみだ。どうあろうとお前には手を挙げられぬのだから、この程度のざれ言は許せよ。門は守る。何があろうと守り通そう。だが、そういうお前はどこに行く？私の守りは信用できぬか？
当然でしょ。あなたはただの保険よ。けどそれも終わり。セイバーさえ手に入れれば、こんなひなびた場所を神殿にすることもないもん。
陣地替えか。となると確かに私は用済みだが、このお山に勝る霊地があるとでも？
ええ、多少は劣るようだけど、私にふさわしい場所があるわ。それに遠からずそこには足を運ぶのですもの。今すぐに行っても問題はないでしょう。
Assassin's expression, which has been cool throughout, clouds up. Castro must have been satisfied to see that, as her glossy lips smile.
そう。私たちの勝利は揺るがないのだから、先に商品を受け取りに行くの。新しい陣地と聖杯、それにセイバーという駒まで揃えた。これなら乗り気でない私のマスターも私の方針に異論は挟めないでしょう。
That is true. No matter how much Castor's master, Suichiro Kuzuki, wants to stay silent, he will have no choice but to fight it if the conditions line up so perfectly. But what is more certain than that
つ
is...
まらない戦いはおしまい。聖杯さえ手に入れれば恐れるものは何もない。そう、誰であろうと私を阻むことはできなくなるのですからね。
Her loud laughter soils the night. The purple mage expresses her victory loudly. The swordsman with the longsword gives her a side glance and looks up at the sky. The time is near. No matter what the result may be, there are only 5 days remaining. Even though the number of days are unlikely to be used up, the swordsman who had survived the bloodbath felt that this would be a battle that could not be easily resolved. And I fall. I can't even breathe properly. The wound on my shoulder is red and swollen, and it hurts like crazy when I breathe. I'm unable to stay conscious. If I let my guard down, I'll fall asleep immediately. No, I'm not even sure if I'm awake in the first place. I'm not even clear how I made it back here from that rooftop, or why I came home. My thoughts become ambiguous. The only certain thing is my beating heart. Tosaka told me not to get involved, because I am powerless and don't have a reason to fight anymore. But that's wrong. I knew more than anyone that I was powerless. I had a different reason for fighting. I can't just let it become a scar. Losing against others is inevitable. I'm used to getting knocked down, and I know that it's vexing that I can't reach them no matter what I do. But it is only when my opponent is someone else. But that is only when my opponent is someone else. I can't lose against myself. There is no factor that would make me lose if our powers are equal. To submit to an opponent and like that would be declaring that I'm wrong. My wound distorts. The blood seeps through my bandage. I hold it down with my right hand and glare at the darkness with my fading consciousness. The memory from 10 years ago. The words of the man that was my father. Even if I was wrong from the start, there was nothing wrong with the path I took. I wanted to become a hero of justice, so that incident would just become a sad past. a time where everyone would be happy. I held on to the ideal where nobody would shed tears for 10 years. It doesn't matter how much my mind doesn't function. What needs to be done and has been determined from the start. I didn't fight because I became a master. I decided to fight because I believed that since it was something I can do, it was something I must do. I finally remembered something that was so obvious.
お前がどんなに言っても
If I believe it is right, I will believe in this path until the very end. I can't just quit like this, and I won't let her fight by herself. For that sake, I'll sleep now. I won't let her call me a burden. I'll heal this wound in a night. And when I wake up in the morning, I'll definitely catch up to her and finally repay her for what she did that night. February 11th, Moonlight 2. Starting off with an interlude, 12-1. The stone room is illuminated by the light of dawn. The light that comes in and from the ceiling dilutes the darkness underground. Every entrance and window is sealed off, but even that cannot block the sunlight. Even this place should be closed off in the darkness. That should be closed off in the darkness benefits from the break of dawn. Whether it's an entrance or window, they were originally created to let things in or out. The cracks cannot be covered, and besides, it can't fulfill its duty as a passage if it's completely closed off. If one wants to completely avoid the sunlight, then there cannot be any entrances from the outset. If one prefers darkness, they should dive underground to the bottom without any way to return. In that regard, this underground sanctuary is not perfect. The sunlight exposes all secrets without reservation. The hidden sanctuary was easily discovered, and the owner was eliminated just as easily. There are traces of blood on the floor. The original owner of the sanctuary was defeated by an intruder. The supervisor of the Holy Grail War, Kirei Kotamine, was removed from the stage by Caster's hand. That battle was already a few hours ago. The underground regained its silence. The new owner of the church is standing still in the darkness, but the winner scorns herself. Caster glares at the darkness with an irritated look. First of all, she doesn't like the sanctuary. Neither the hidden sanctuary nor the secret sanctuary hidden beneath it suits her taste. The light that comes in is unpleasant, and she didn't like the priest that she finished off earlier either. And most of all, the most important objective has not been accomplished yet. She was shocked at how poorly things were going, and she even considered reducing this place to ashes. Fortunately, she restrained herself from such atrocity. It's not because she gained composure, nor is it out of respect towards the church. She suppressed her emotions solely because of this sound, the faint periodic noise. The painful voice that escapes from the woman is likely heavenly music to her ears. For the time being, she enjoys the spectacle. The groaning sound of pain comes from a girl. The voice that escapes her mouth is too weak. Her anguish would cause those who listen to feel the desire to protect her, or sadistic feelings on the contrary. Of course, she is the latter. Despite sweat drips down her forehead. Just from watching her cute lips bearing the pain, the cold room seems to get warmer.
レイジの縛りを一晩中拒み続けるなんて私たちでは考えられないわ。
So, I made earlier statements that no one in the series is straight. This is proof for freaking Castor. Holy shit. Back in the back of the sanctuary, the girl tied from the ceiling can only pant. As long as Saber continues to defy the command spell, she has no free will. Additionally, Magecraft so strong that it is visible tortures her whole body. The command spell pressures her from the inside, and Castor's Magecraft tortures her from the outside. Saber's reasoning is disappearing. Even then, the last remnants of her pride are keeping her at bay. Neither the binding of the command spell nor Castor's Magecraft can take away her underlying principles. Therefore, the torture lasts forever. Castor watches that process, the girl desperately holding out with joy. It was Castor's idea to put her in a white dress. Rustic armor was not appealing, and most of all, it does not suit her. Again, no one in this series is straight. Absolutely fucking no one. If she is an innocent, and if she is an innocent saint, then she would be she should be in a pure white dress when she falls.
けなげなこと。いくらあなたの意志が拒み続けても、サーバントとして作られたその体は別よ。レイジュが少しずつ侵食しているのがわかるでしょ。あなたはあと1日も経たずに私のものになる。ならもう降参して素直になった方が楽じゃなくて。
The voice resists painfully. Even though her reasoning is melted, she will not yield to Castor. Just as Castor says, she will put up with the torture until the command spell fully controls her body in the very end.
強情ね、セイバー。ええ、けど許してあげる。私、あなたみたいな娘は好きよ。金の髪も小さな体も少年のような凛々しさも可愛いわ。それに裏切るぐらいなら死を選ぶ一途さも愛らしい。
Hey!
ほんと踏み潰してあげたいぐらい。
She stares at the girl with eyes mixed with hatred and pleasure. If Castor puts a mind to it, she could get Saber to surrender in an instant. Saber's freedom is taken away just from one command spell. Then the result is obvious if she corners her with 2 command spells. Saber will become Castor's without the need for such torture. But she will not do such an elegant thing. Castor should take her time finishing her, since Saber is her lovely tool.
そうね。霊樹で体を支配するなんて退屈ですもの。あなたには自分から私のサーバントになってもらいましょう。ねえ。体ではなく、先に心を壊してあげる。
She now holds the strongest piece in her own hands. There is nothing threatening her victory. The whereabouts of the Holy Grail is a concern, but that is a matter of time, just as she decided to enjoy the fall of the King of Knights as a reward for her evil scheme. Suddenly, an emotionless voice calls from behind. She turns around immediately. Above the sanctuary, someone slowly makes his way down the stairs that led outside. A lean, ghost-like figure appears from the darkness. There are no footsteps, nor a presence to be felt. The man comes down into the sanctuary and keeps a straight face, even after seeing the bloodstained hands on the floor and the girl tied to the ceiling. Castor's attitude changes right away. Her expression changes from irritation to pleasure, and pleasure to that of a tense servant.
なぜここに？あなたには竜道寺にいるようお願いしたはずですが。
質問は私が先だ、キャスター。ここで何をしていると聞いたのだが。
The man, Soichiro Kuzuki, his voice does not change. A voice with no inflection is more terrifying than any threat. The emotionless voice is like a mirror, an awareness of one's guilt. The voice is more. This voice is more fearful than those who have greater guilt. She is not being questioned by Kazuki, but by herself. Castor holds her chest and reports the whole story to Kazuki. He is not someone who can be fooled. No, he is the only one to whom she cannot lie.
マスターの一人であるエミヤシローからサーバントを奪いました。エミヤシローは逃しましたが、すでにマスターではありません。
そうか。だがそんな指示を下してはいない。
私の独断です、マスター。その後、聖杯の器を手に入れるために教会を襲いました。聖杯の管理役である神父は仕留めましたが、聖杯の行方は不明です。
そちらも独断か。帰還しなかったのは聖杯が見つからなかったからだな。確かにせっかく手に入れた場所だ。肝心のものを手に入れないまま留守にしては意味がない。
Kazuki's words are not blaming her, but Castor only felt ashamed of herself. She killed the priest who knew the whereabouts of the Holy Grail, but she has yet to obtain it. On top of that, her arbitrary decisions that she needed to keep her secret were revealed. What else can she call this other than a failure?
状況は分かった。理由を説明できるか、キャスター。
申し訳ありません。ですがこれもすべてマスターのため。 私の目的はあなたを勝利させることだけです。理由などそれ以外にはありません。
A long silence. After hearing Caster's strong declaration, Shoichiro simply murmurs, I see.
ではここから離れるわけにはいかんな。留守中、他のマスターに聖杯を見つけられては、お前の苦労も無駄になる。
ではマスター、
納得のいくまで調べるがいい。それまでは私もここに残ろう。お前一人では戦いに向かん。セーバーが手駒になるまで護衛は必要だろう。
It's crazy that he's offering to be the guard of a servant.
いえ、それには及びません。マスターに力を借りずとも手駒はありますし、聖杯の探索とてどれほどかかるか。それにここは危険です。竜道寺に戻られた方があなたの身は安全です。
正論だ。だがそれでは私の目的が果たせなくなる。
Those words were unexpected for Caster. He did not have an objective. What kind of objective can this man have when he has no interest in the Holy Grail that can grant any wish?
宗一郎様、それは。
急げよ。なければないでいい。成果は問わん。結果だけを出すがいい。
He tells her simply and goes back up the stairs. Caster watches him, dumbfounded. The darkness is still silent. The footsteps heading above the ground cannot be heard. I think the dialogue of that scene was altered a little, because I believe the wording was a little more risque in the original. But then again, I have noticed some occasional changes, so maybe that's just like the official translation versus the fan translation I read. I open my eyes. My eyes are not the only thing that wake up, as my sleeping mind wakes up as well. I check the wound on my left shoulder. It still hurts, but there's no intense pain like last night. The heat in my body has gone down as well. It shouldn't be a problem for me to move around. I eat breakfast and fill my empty stomach. Food comes before anything. My body won't move how I want to. My body won't move how I wanted to unless it gets the nutrition it needs. I reapply the bandage on my left shoulder. My exposed skin and my wound have turned dark blue. The wound hasn't healed up, and I can see dark red skin peeling through. I disinfect for my peace of mind, put gauze over it, and wrap bandages around it. Wrapping bandages and constricting the wound is the most primitive first aid treatment. But I have to do so my wound and would expand just by moving my left arm. The sky is cloudy. It must be cloudy today, as there is still frost left in the yard. It must be really cold today. Sorry. But this has nothing to do with me. I don't feel any cold. My body is hot, and I want to pour ice over my head. Even then, my body is in much better condition and compared to yesterday. These bamboo swords are the only things that I could use as weapons after all. I choose the one that seems like it could pass magical energy through it the best and wrap it in my bag. Then I slap my cheeks. I don't know if it was to psych myself up again or if I was preparing to never come back here. I don't know why I did it myself. I sling the bag over my right shoulder and head outside. The place where I've spent many years. I didn't even look back at the shed that could be considered my own room. Well, even though I decided to fight, there is still plenty of problems. I have to make clear that I need to prioritize what I need to do, or else it'll end without me being able to do anything. There are two paths to take. Okay, so this is the one. This is the one from before. So, if I choose this one, if I choose go to the church for advice, that leads down a path that leads down a path that eventually leads to a bad end. So meet up with Tosaka. He told me to withdraw now. If I'm going to refuse and fight, I need to let her know that I won't withdraw on my own, and that we're still cooperating, and I can't let her fight by herself. I owe her big time. I can't step down until I repay her for that.
しかもあいつここ一番で失敗するし危なっかしくて一人になってさせておけない。
Also, if we have less than 3 rim points, we automatically go on the path to the bad ending. But since we don't need to do that, there's no point in doing it. I adjust the bag on my shoulder. I'm aware that I won't be a much help, and that I won't be a much help, and that she will object. But I can't obtain peace of mind until I see Tosaka's face. This is a hypothetical, but if she gets hurt without me knowing, I can't even be there to help her. I sit down on a bench and rest my burning body. It's past noon. I've searched all around Shinto, but I haven't found anything.
簡単にはいかないと思ったけど、ここまで無反応なんて。
I knew that I had no way to find Tosaka from the start. I tested my luck and walked around town, but I couldn't find her or even traces of her.
他のマスターも出てこない。令状がない以上、ちょっかい出す必要もないってことか。
I take a deep breath and lean back on the backrest. I won't get anywhere like this. Tosok isn't naive enough to show her tail, and my last resort to use myself as a decoy is to lure other masters is failing so far. I get a bit uneasy. I can't find Tosok, and I can't find save Saber. They might already be in an irreparable situation by the time I find them.
まだ昼だ。そう簡単に行くもんか。
I stand up from the bench. I ignore my left shoulder that starts speeding up again and leave the park. That starts heating up again and leave the park. I'll search one more time from the start. There's no doubt that she's in Shinto. It's the same as last night. I don't know why, but I can instinctively feel that he is around here. It's not as uncertain as a premonition, but close to conviction. Interlude 12-2. When did I figure out the truth of that dream? A desert as far as I can see. The infinite swords stuck into the ground and do not have a wielder. The sky is stormy and there is no forest or town or ocean in the horizon. The hill of swords that continues endlessly. A graveyard of steel that has no user or owner. I realized from the start. This was the scenery inside that hero's mind. After a sequence of many events, one who becomes a heroic spirit ends up in that place. There are those who left this world loved by many people, and those who left this world praised as noble kings. There are those who died in battle wishing to fight, and those who pass on after leading a long, fulfilling life. However, there seems to be many who are praised against their will. If true heroes are those who legitimately earn their title, then there are different heroes. They should be called Avenger, the anti-hero, that ended up in a place because of their reversed fate. Those who are in an opposite position and as heroes, yet worshipped as heroes as a result. Even those who are treated as heroic spirits, who both hate and are hated by humans, are used as guardians. But he is in a gray area. He's not a true hero, nor a rare avenger. His efforts were unrewarded, and his life ended in betrayal, but he never hated humans until the very end. But that too wore away. Yes, he must have gotten worn out. I was mistaken. Heroic spirits, familiars called servants, positioned as guardians, the counterforce of humanity. They are summoned to various ages and prevent the destruction of the world. But the only condition they have is destruction caused by humans. Destruction caused by nature and external factors are not solved by the counterforce of humanity, but by that of the world. That is why the only thing that heroic spirit to become guardian and see is self-destruction. An existence only to eliminate destruction and created from human desires. He made a contract with the world to save humans and become a hero. In return, he became a guardian after his death and was shown in humanity's self-destruction over and over again. He was summoned as a heroic spirit to save people, yet he was forced to clean up after people's misconduct. It did not take long for him to start thinking that it was in vain and he couldn't help despising the human world. And in the end, even after he died, he kept on getting betrayed as the ideal by the ideal that he protected.
リン、どうした？立ちくらみか？
Rin Tosaka wakes up, being called upon suddenly. She slowly looks around. This is the foreigner's cemetery. It's only past 7 p.m., but it is deserted. Well, the hill where the church stands is always deserted.
寝てた。少し疲れてるみたい。
無理もない。昨夜から不眠だったからな。体調が優れないのならば見合わすか。何も今すぐ仕掛けることはない。
いいえ、時間はかけられない。キャスターの居場所が分かったんなら、ここで決着をつけるべきよ。
Rin declares and notices that her body is warm. It must be because her familiar Archer had protected her from the cold with his cloak.
なんだ、寝てるって気がついてたんじゃないあなた。なのに起こさないなんて人が悪いわね。
何？立ったまま眠る人間にはそうお目にかかれないのでね。物珍しさでつい観察してしまった。
Asshole.
ますますたちが悪い。女の子の寝顔を見るなんて何様よあんた。
安心したまえ。誓ってそのような無礼はしていない。だが別のものは聞いたな。目は閉じようと思えば閉じられるが、耳はそうはいかないのでな。
そう。私何か言ってたあーちゃん。
ああ、気に食わないだの、頭にくるだの、実に物騒なささやきを数件。
なんだ、よかった。
Rin sighs with relief. The dream that she just saw cannot be discussed. She can't have Archer know about it. She likes their relationship. In order to maintain that, she must hide the fact that she knows Archer's
ま
past.
しょうあーちゃん。教会なら少しは詳しいわ。あそこならどこに隠れているか見当ぐらいつく。
She brushed away Archer's cloak and stands up. Archer protects her back silently. Then,
ねえあーちゃん。自分のやってきたことを後悔したことってある？
she asks without turning around.
私はできれば最後までしたくない。本当に打ちのめされた時にも歯を食いしばって意地を張り続けたい。けどそれって難しいんでしょうね。きっと私が考えている以上に。
個人差があるな、その手の精神論は。できる者もいればできない者もいる。とりわけ君は前者だ。その手の人間はまず過ちなど起こさないし、自らの過ちなど考えることもない。
何よ、それじゃあ私が傍若無人な暴君みたいじゃない。
I mean...
いい自己認識だ、リン。鮮やかな人間というものは人より眩しいものを言う。そういった手合いにはな、歯を食いしばる時などないのだ。で、試験だが、君は間違いなくその手合いだ。遠坂凛は最後まであっさりと自分の道を信じられる。
The knight in the red cloak says, as if singing. Rin blushes at his answer and asks her main question to him without looking
じ
back.
ゃああなたは 最後まで自分が正しいって信じられる？
いや、申し訳ないが、その質問は無意味だな。
どうしてよ。答えられないことじゃないでしょ、こんなの。
Her voice is slightly nervous. To that,
最後までという質問が無意味だ。忘れたのか、マスター。私の最後はとうの昔に終わっている。
the Red Knight answers in a dry voice. I sigh and lean against a sign. I search around until the sun set, and the only thing I found out was how useless I am. The wound on my left shoulder is aching. I don't know if it's because my bandage is getting loose, or if the wound itself opened up. Anyway, I can't waste any more time. If I can't find a certain lead, then it'll end up just like last night.
あいつどこに行ってるんだ、本当。
I recall when I parted ways with her last night. It's been a day. It's been a day already since she told me exactly what was on her mind, like how I can't fight without Saber, or how I should escape to the church.
そうだ、教会。
There is a lead. I thought about it and went out to town this morning. The supervisor of the Holy Grail War, the priest at the church on the hill, should know about Tosaka's
別の
whereabouts.
手を借りるのは尺に触るけど、襟好みしてる場合じゃない。
No, whether I like him or not, I shouldn't go see that priest. He says he's a priest, but there's something unsettling about him that tells me Kirei Kotomine is a man that fundamentally shouldn't be approached. I don't want to have to ask for his advice if possible, but he's the only one I can rely on.
一度だけだ。それなら問題ないだろう。
I tell myself and move my aching body. It's 7 p.m. I walk to the train station for 20 minutes. The church stands in the suburbs, away from the noisy town. It's been 9 days since I last went up this hill. However, considering the fact that I had never come here prior to that, I'm coming here quite often now. To be honest, I don't like that church. Maybe more than Kirei Kotomine, that church itself is forbidden territory that should not be approached. The fire 10 years ago. It's because of the church, which looked after the children that became orphaned, and forced me to recall that incident from 10 years ago. I finish going up the hill and go out into the open grounds. I suddenly get a headache. It's not because of my left shoulder's wound. The wound is causing me to have a fever, but it shouldn't be giving me the stabbing headache. My temple hurts. I lose myself and feel a chill, as if my body is going to split in half like a shredding
おか
insect.
しいぞ、これ。
Like a shedding insect. I fight through my headache and start running. The cause is the hunch that I have had since yesterday. The unknown feeling that Tosaka is in Shinto. That was expected to the max and is the cause of this headache. Then there is no doubt that something is going on in there. There are bloodstains on the floor. The traces of blood sporadically continue up to the door at the back of the church.
違う。 奥に続いてるっていうより、奥から外に出たって感じだ。
It bothers me, but now is not the time for that. The bloodstains mean that someone is hurt. And this too, and this much too, their life must be in danger. I feel a sharp pain in my head. A dull heaviness settles into my body. I ignore them and take out my bamboo sword and start walking quietly.
遠坂、いるのか?
Hey Lotus Prince, welcome to the stream. How's your day? So, things went badly. Saber now belongs to Castor because Castor has a noble phantasm that breaks magical contracts. And we got stabbed. But now we are in the church and there's a lot of blood. Can't see it here, but trust me, there's blood. Nobody replies. There is tense. Master Castor. This must be this some Mad Max adaptation I didn't know about. I mean, in all fairness, we don't know Castor's true name yet. The air feels like all the windows in the church would shatter if I raised my voice. The air is tense. I feel like all the windows in the church will shatter if I raise my voice. I follow the traces of blood. The bloodstains are in crevices over the building. It continues to the dark staircase that you would miss if you didn't know about it. I mean, why wouldn't it have a basement? This is a church, so could it be a mausoleum? I can't afford the leisurely pondering right now. I exercise utmost caution and step into the darkness. I descend in the darkness. There's a dim light at the end of the stairs. I hold my breath and move forward, using only the light below as a guide. The narrow corridor ends, and I come out to an open space. It is a spacious stone chamber. The stairs along the wall stretch down to the sanctuary. There, the stairs lead to an open space that seems like a sanctuary, and there is the one I have been looking for, Rin Tosaka. Tosaka is confronting the enemy in front of her, with Archer protecting her. In front of her, in front of the altar, are two silhouettes. It doesn't even have to be said. The mage in the purple robe is Castor, and her master, Kuzuki. On the altar behind them is a proof that Castor is not straight at all. There is Saber, who's looking down and panting painfully. My heart skips a beat. My pulse is clearly beating at a much faster rate. The situation is obvious. The two pairs of master and servant confronting each other in the sanctuary about 5 meters below me. They haven't noticed me hiding overhead, as they are too preoccupied. Tosaka and Castor are both thinking ahead, looking for an opening to attack. To look up in a situation and like this would not be allowed. My heart beats even faster. My headache is constant, and I feel an intense pain in my shoulder, as if it's been seared by hot iron. I can't keep my presence hidden forever in this state. Castor or Kuzuki, if one of them looks up even a bit, they'll notice me hiding. Okay, let me check. Yes, this is a death flag. So I am making a second save here. Not yet. Can't act so recklessly. I hold my breath. I push my body against the wall and watch while I keep myself hidden. It's still too early. It's too reckless to attack when I don't even have a grasp of what kind of situation it is. More importantly, I don't have much at hand. The only weapon I have is the strengthened bamboo sword. It's too reckless to confront Castor with only this weapon and without a plan. No, that's wrong. I do have another weapon.
バカな。それこそ何を考えている。
I can't use projection. Half my body got numb just by using it once. Archer said so too, that it'll end up worse if I use it again. Magecraft beyond one's capabilities destroys the user first. If I use projection Magecraft in this state, it's only natural that I die on the spot.
機会は必ず来る。今は。
I just have to suppress my body that wants to run out and prepare for that chance.
そう。なら綺麗は殺したわけ。
There is only intent to kill in her tense voice. Tosaka is glaring at the enemy in front of her with a coldness I've never seen before.
始末したわ。素直に聖杯を差し出す人間でもなさそうでしたからね。後々になって邪魔をされても困るもの。
On the other hand, Castor is composed. The witch declared loudly that she killed him herself. A gritting sound echoes through the sanctuary. That man was more like the devil than a saint to me, but to Tosaka, that priest was a fellow senior apprentice. And he was killed. Even if he was involved and prepared as a mage, it's not something she can take in so easily.
そう。それは結構。綺麗もそれぐらいは覚悟していたでしょう。けどキャスター、一つ聞くけど、あいつの死体は確認した？
I don't know if she was suppressing her anger, or if I was mistaken and she held no anger from the start. Tosaka questions as if it doesn't concern her, and Castor dodges her question, completely changing.
何を言い出すかと思えば、そのようなこと、あなたには関係ないでしょ？
ええ、全くないわ。けど他人事でもない。あいつが本当に死んだんなら安心できるから確認しただけよ。
それはどういう意味かしら、お嬢さん。
I mean, let's not forget what he was up to, in the last scenario.
言葉通りの意味よ、キャスター。あいつがそう簡単に死ぬ玉かっての。もしはっきりと死体を確認していないんじゃ、まず間違いなく生きているって思っただけ。使えないわね、あなたも。 どうせ綺麗を襲うならしっかりきっかり息の根を止めておけっていうのよ。まあいいわ、やることもできたし早めに済ませましょう。キャスター、今回は人質もいないし気持ちよく戦えるわ。
A signal to start. Tosaka or Caster. If either of them steps forward, the sanctuary will immediately be covered in flames of magecraft.
大きく出たわね。あなた、この状況で私たちに勝てるつもりなのかしら？
やりようによってはね。幸いセイバーの制御もまだのようだし条件は同じでしょ。それに久月先生のことも分かってる。セイバーは面食らってたけど事前に知っていれば私のアーチャーの敵じゃないわ。
Tosaka gestures towards Archer while staring at Caster.
聞いての通りよ、アーチャー。キャスターの相手は私がする。下手に近づくとあんたまで契約破りを食らいかねないから。
私の相手はあの男か。それは構わないが、魔術師ではキャスターにはかなわないと分かっているのか、リム。
安心して、勝ち目もないことは言い出さないわ。キャスターは必ずここで倒す。そうすればセイバーだって元に戻ってシロと契約をし直せるでしょ。
Tosaka gets ready to fight. I feel a sense of urgency like a wild animal about to attack its prey. As if to stop that.
理想論だな。彼女をここで倒すというのは難しい。逃げるだけならば彼女は当代一だ。何しろ逃亡のために実の弟すら八つ咲きにする女だからな。
Archer nonchalantly steps in between Tosaka and Caster.
アーチャー、ちょっと何のつもりよ。
He does not answer Tosaka. The Red Knight confronts Caster silently, just like last time. That scenery. I think I remember seeing it somewhere.
実の弟すら八つ咲きにしたですって。知ったような口を聞くのね、アーチャー。あなたには私の正体が分かっていて。
竜の葉をよりしろとした人型はコルキス王の魔術と聞く。
See if you can figure out Caster's identity by those clues. She tore apart her own brother, Dragon Fangs, King Colchis.
その娘、王女メディアは希代の魔女と謳われたそうだが。
God damn it, Archer! You ruined it! The air freezes. Yep, Caster is Medea, the Witch of Colchis. Who joined the Argonauts and possessed the Golden Fleece. Caster's composure disappears, and enmity like fire is directed at Archer.
そう。なら、この場はどちらが優勢かわかるでしょ？
Archer does not answer. His expression is stony, as if he accepted everything that is happening, as if there is no good or evil.
抵抗は無駄よ、アーチャー。
What the? Weird.
あなたが何者だろうと、 セイバーを取り戻すことはできない。今はまだ私に逆らう意志が残ってるけど、それもあと1日持つかどうか。それに霊樹さえ使ってしまえば今すぐにだって私の人形にしてしまえるわ。
I strain to keep myself from getting up. Not yet. Even if that's true, I need to endure. If I want to save Saber, I can't jump out now.
たとえレイジを使われてもセイバーなら耐えられるわ。それが1分か2分かは知らないけど、それだけあれば十分にあなたを仕留められるんじゃない？
Castor and Sokka glare at each other, using Archer as the fulcrum. Standing in between them.
不可能だな。ここでお前を切り伏せようが、せいぜいその半身を立つ程度。その後に待つのは、セイバーとキャスターを同時に敵に回すという劣勢だけだろう。
Yes, he defied his own master's expectations.
あーちゃん、それは。
分かっているはずだ、リン。さすがにそうなっては勝ち目がない。セイバーは不完全なマスターのために能力を制限されていた。その縛りがなくなった以上、彼女は最強のサーバントだ。太刀打ちできるのはバーサーカーのみだろうよ。
He speaks in a matter-of-fact manner. Tosaka stares at Archer, stunned. Even Castor is puzzled by her sensible enemy, but not me. I've experienced something similar like this before. A bad feeling occupies my thoughts. That time at the temple, when he was confronting Castor, and she told him to join her. How did he? Bleh. When he was confronting Castor and she told him to join her, how did he turn her down? I muttered without realizing, "Don't do it. It's not because the situation will get worse. You're Tosaka's partner, so don't do it. If that happens, I don't know what kind of expression she'll make." Archer steps forward. He is only empty-handed. He stepped forward without any enmity or intent to kill, and
恨むなよ、小僧。こうなっては、こうする以外に道はなかろう。
he looks at me and as if he looks and smiles at me as if he noticed that I was peeking.
さて、キャスター。一つ尋ねるが、お前の許容量にまだ空きはあるのだろうな。
あーちゃん、あんた。
Castor laughs like it's the funniest thing she's heard, and Archer's back is like steel. At that, Tosaka doesn't look away. It should be fine for her to break down at a time like this, but she tries her best to act strong and clenches her teeth.
当然よ。一人と言わず、すべてのサーバントを扱えるだけの貯蔵はあるわ。私の魔力がどこから補充されているかは知っているでしょ？
Magical energy that allows her to sustain 7 servants. That is the life being pumped from the people of this town.
ならば話は早い。以前の話、受けることにするよ、キャスター。
He holds out his hand to Castor in assent. I thought I was going to break down. I can't forgive him for betraying Tosaka and for approving of Castor and joining her. A hero. Even if the hero that saved many people that embody is my ideals as a man like that.
あの時は断ったのに。随分と腰が軽いのね、あなたは。
Even if the hero that saved many people and embodies my ideals as a man like that.
状況が変わった。セイバーがそちらについたのなら、今回の聖杯戦争の勝機はお前にある。勝てる方につくのは当然の行為だろう。
Archer walks to Castor defenseless. That means he's leaving Tosaka. Tosaka doesn't stop him and stares at the enemy in front of her on full alert. I recognize her appearance. The red classroom. She tried to hide her shaking legs and continued to be Rin Tosaka, even with the clapped students in front of her. That is her strength and weakness. She tries to act brave in any situation. And so those around her get the wrong idea that she's a strong person.
さあ、契約破りを使ってくれ。リンにはまだ霊樹が残っているからな。早くしなければお前に襲いかかってしまうぞ。
His banter doesn't change. He betrayed Tosaka in front of her, yet he's still acting like before. She must have felt wariness towards the opponent. Castor takes out that oddly shaped dagger, but doesn't try to stab Archer with it.
どうした？労せずして忠実な部下が手に入るのだ。何をためらう必要がある？
どうかしら。私は裏切り者を信用しない。あなたの言葉が正しいのなら、コマはセイバーだけでいいのではなくて。
裏切り者を信用しないか。確かに。私はお前をも裏切るかもしれん。私は私のためにお前に下るのだからな。お前を主と認めたわけではない。
霊樹とは裏切り者を罰するためにあるでしょ。
確かに私はお前をも裏切るかもしれん。私は私のためにお前に下るのだからな。お前を主と認めたわけではない。だが
いいわ。あなた一人を御し得ないようでは私の器も知れるというもの。もとよりあなたの宝具には興味があったことだし、思惑にはまってあげましょう。
Castor raises her arm. The dagger in her hand that breaks contracts is thrust at Archer's chest in a single line. Tosaka grimaces. It must be the reaction to having the contract broken by force. But this isn't the time to be hesitating over something like that. This has become the worst situation possible. The worst possible situation. Tosaka slightly retreats, still staring at them. We are getting a bit over time, so I'm actually going to have to call it here. Before we do, I'm checking if we have that servant information. No, we don't yet. So I'll have to read it. I'll have to read it next stream. All right. Sorry about that. I wanted to go until the end of that scene at least, but it was taking a while. So we're going to have to leave it there for today. But we did make quite a bit of progress. We don't have the official information, but we do know who Castor is. She is Medea, the Witch of Colchis. So, let us set up a raid. Let's see. Rico is doing Lego building. Can we raid her? Nope. It's actually been a while. Can we raid Oceanax? I know we did actually raid her last week. Yeah, we're going to raid Oceanax. All right, so thank you all so much for watching. I hope you all enjoyed. If you like my stuff and you haven't already, please leave a follow. It helps me as a small VTuber. I upload all my stuff on YouTube, but if you're watching there, please leave a like, comment, and subscribe. You can check my socials down there, though I'm on Blue Sky now more than Twitter. And then I hope to see you. Yeah, tomorrow we will be continuing the Abyss of Time in Persona 3 Reload. We are actually reaching the end of that. We are actually starting to reach the end of that. So I hope to see you there. So thank you all so much for watching. I'll see you on the next one. This is Metis Balaska signing out.